There's going to be more like of a hustle, it's going to be more of an atmosphere there. What's up, squad? Appreciate y'all tapping in. What's happening? Oh, I see we in here talking about cereal. I see ya. Let's see what random message Ramsey has for us to start the show. Let the rebuild and send. Oh, okay. Sharks reference. Ramsey didn't disappoint. I like it. Appreciate you, Ramsey. Ramsey never disappoints with the random references. Good stuff. Good to see Manny in here repping cereal. I'd expect nothing less. It's Karen DeBagley. What's happening, baby? Ryan Cruz. What's up? Casey really taking his sweet ass time. God damn, man. All right, cool. Matt George locked in for Friday. Good stuff. Yeah, like, come on, man. That's why I said 11:15 is the latest we can all get there. Yep. It is definitely it's a bone on my pendant. Has a little, or it's a bone pendant, I should say. Has a little bit of Smoothie's coat in it and has her name on the back. It's not supposed to be. Appreciate y'all. Oh, Cheryl was Bill. Be more represent. Where's be more? I know you in here. I saw you. What's happening, Cole? Sean? Maybe we will start by ourselves. Yes, indeed. RP Smoothie. Was it a mystery? Oh, I thought everybody knew what it was. Yeah, no. I thought everybody knew what that was. Man, I hope this I hope this happens. Like part of me's a little worried it might not. But man, I really hope it does. Indeed. Back at you, NBA rigged. Yeah. Right now, all indications are he is. We haven't heard otherwise. I think we were just kind of expecting to hear otherwise. More Chet than Keegan. Chet's the one I'm wondering where it's like, are you really gonna put him back out there? Like, maybe we don't need to do that. He went out there and played the day Paolo didn't. So, oh, David, stop it. We're not doing that today. Stop that. Dude, seriously. Like, seriously, man, come on. We're putting a time on for 11 o'clock on Kenny. I had to disconnect. I had to reset. At least not. Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, for sure. Well, I'll start the show. So. Let's go, baby. We welcome you in here to the Wednesday Hump Day, July 13th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me!
I don't know where your boy is at. I'm sure he'll be here. Oh. Thank you for joining us.
Yo, what's good?
Appreciate you for joining us. Yeah, I see. I've got a couple of things here off on the sound, man. But welcome to the show, my man. We appreciate. Oh, he's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
Hey, watch your mouth, woman.
Watch your mouth, woman. Indeed. And as we continue to navigate, since this is our first day through some show issues, you're going to have to take over here for about 10 seconds. So go ahead.
What's going on, everybody? First things first, the first thing I need to talk about right now is the fact that I'm just sick and tired of having to motivate these San Francisco Giants. Why do I have to motivate them all the time? Why? Why can't they just do it on their own? Why can't they be great on their own? Why do they need me to yell at them, to talk about how their season is over? You know, why does that have to happen all the time?
You got to be, it worked though. I mean, that's a good look. At least they listening. At least they listening. Now the thing is, you got to do it every day.
That's the problem. I don't want to do it every day.
Well,
I don't want to.
They play tonight?
They play 40
today. Go ahead. You better motivate them. Somebody better clip this and send this to the San Francisco Giants, because the only way they win games is when Kenny has a little mini meltdown the day before, proclaims their season over, and then they can get themselves together and get a victory. We'll talk about the Giants a little bit here as the day rolls along. James Ham will be with us in the final hour of today's show. And the Sacramento Kings are back on the floor tonight. Keegan Murray talked to
motivate them. Not in summer league. You don't have to motivate them boys.
I don't think you do, man. I am curious though, and I know, hey, Keegan versus Chet, let's go. Y'all pulled the rug out for me one time already when I was looking forward to Paolo versus Chet. We didn't get that. And Keegan Murray's already played 5 summer league games. We're starting to see guys shut down for various reasons. Paolo shut down for an entirely different reason than Shaden Sharp or Jaden Ivey or Dyson Daniels. But still, my man's played 5 preseason games. I don't, or 5 summer league games. I don't know that he has to keep going back out there. Tonight might be. I actually wonder more than Keegan if Chet's going to play. I keep feeling like Oklahoma City is going to be like, all right, we gave you enough. We're going to shut the big fella down. Give him some calories. Get him on the squat rack. Get him, to off to his 15 pounds of muscle here in the off season and keep things moving. Y'all have seen enough.
It's that time, man. It's that time of the summer league. It's that time of the Vegas summer league when people just say, yeah, seen enough.
It's that time in the Vegas summer league where no one wants to be there. You notice Deuce and Mo are back. You notice Brendan Nunez is flown back. Like, nobody want to be there. It's like, all right, it's fun. Vegas on the weekend, summer league, good time. Vegas, summer league, Tuesday, Wednesday.
It's
not
like
so much.
Just Vegas in general. It's a microcosm of Vegas in general.
Not wrong. Not wrong. Obviously, we'll keep you updated throughout the day if Keegan Murray will play. I know he talked to our very, very close friend, Chris Haynes, on the recent edition of the Posted Up podcast. Didn't get an opportunity to listen to that. He put out a nice little teaser at 9:00, and I was ready for it. And I'm looking all over for the audio, and then I read the tweet again. Episode post later today. And then it posted 11:30, and I'm like, oh, wait a minute, man. Like, I ain't got time for this, so I'll have to catch up with what Keegan Murray said to Chris Haynes after the show. But Keegan continues to be the talk of many through this summer league here, and I know we're hoping at the very least to see him one more time. And I'll ask you this. If there's a possibility for the Sacramento Kings to, because it's a bit of a long shot right now for the Sacramento Kings to repeat as summer league champions. Do you put them back out there again tomorrow? Like, do you try to win the summer league championship?
Well, they play Friday, right?
Oh, I thought it was tomorrow. Okay, do you throw them out there for another game?
I'm torn on this one.
Got to get them rings, baby. Right? Got to get them rings.
Because you get a situation where, you got an opportunity to play for something. You want to win it. You want to win it. So part of me is like, yeah, keep it going. But I think the overwhelming part of me is like, nah, just if you're going to play this game, let them play this game. And then that should be it. Should be it.
Coward.
That's where I'm leaning.
Go get the ring. Come on, man. Go get a championship ring. Of course, having had the first game victory cheated away from them, as all Sacramento Kings championships are. They're cheated away from them by a bad overturn. Need a couple of things to go their way. It is. They'd be cheating us. Need a couple of things to go their way to be able to play into the weekend. But I think, I'm not going to speak for the entire Kings fan base, but I think everyone will gladly take the performance we've seen from Keegan Murray this week over a summer league championship. They'll gladly walk away from this going, oh yeah, we'll take this into the regular season. That's cool. Those rings don't translate to the summer. Those rings don't translate to the regular season. Keegan Murray, that translates to the regular season.
Yeah. I'm with that. I'm all for just Keegan balling out, make no bones about it, maybe the best summer league in Sacramento Kings history, and just leaving it at that. We don't need no championship, nothing like that after that.
What's that mean? Like,
I don't know.
Like,
but it's a good
you
question.
get a highlight package, the best summer league in history. Like what?
Best summer league in Kings history.
Kings history. Well, I mean, who had a better summer league?
We've never been here before. The person who had the previous best summer league in Kings history went on to win Rookie of the Year. And Tyreek Evans.
Okay.
So, I mean,
so nothing can go wrong, is what you're saying. Yeah.
What's the worst that could go wrong? That's the sitcom line. But I mean, yeah. In my opinion, through my research, the guy that had the previous best summer league in Kings history was Tyreek Evans. I think he went like 19 and a half, 6 rebounds, 5 assists or something, almost 25 and 5. He almost did that, right? And he went on to win Rookie of the Year. So, yeah. I mean,
okay, but
maybe we're looking at a guy that's going to have a possible Rookie of the Year campaign.
Yeah, probably could have done without that example, to be honest.
Well,
I just remember. I look at Tyreek Evans, I think, a lot differently than other people do.
Clearly, Tyreek was balling.
That's fine, and he, no doubt, he was gone 4 years later.
Yeah, he was gone. He was gone 4 years later due to injury. Really?
Okay, it doesn't matter. Like, he was gone. This is the point. It was a bad draft pick. He was gone.
If Keegan Murray gets hurt, then they probably won't sign him 4 years later either. If he stays healthy, he'll probably be really good.
No, that's cap. You can survive being hurt. What you can't survive is being hurt and declining production. Joel Embiid didn't play for 2.5 years. He had no problem getting a contract extension. Michael Porter's back is broken. Spinal. He got an extension. It wasn't the injuries played a part in it, but decline in play played a far bigger part in it.
Oh, and the other aspect of that is, I mean, do we even know that the Kings were better off? Like, it's not like they were good because they got rid of Tyreek Evans.
No, but I don't think I know what you mean. Were they better off? Like, in what sense?
So should they have signed him? They weren't good by not signing him.
Yeah. No,
and then regardless of the,
would they have been any better? Is that the question?
Yeah, I guess it couldn't have been worse.
I love that we're both trying to pretend like our whole connection isn't screwed up, and Kenny's talking like 5 minutes after me. Like we're both trying really hard to play that off, but I guess this is what we have to deal with for another like 4 weeks or so before we finally go into the studio. So please forgive us. We'll try to address it in 3 minutes.
I'll put it to you like this. Keegan Murray having the best summer league in Kings history doesn't mean that he'll be here 4 years from now, but it does mean that he's probably a pretty good ball player. That's what I take from it.
Okay.
Probably a pretty good ball player. Nothing
so
more,
I guess my original
doesn't mean he's going to win Rookie of the Year. Nothing like that.
No,
he's a pretty good ball player.
No, I guess I'll go back to my original question: is best summer league in Kings history? What's that mean? The answer is absolutely nothing. It means nothing. What Keegan Murray has done over the course of the last few days has meant nothing except get us excited and revise a whole bunch of big boards that I guess were non-existent before the draft happened. Like Keegan Murray, Paolo Banchero, clearly 1 and 2. Clearly, Paolo, Keegan. Everybody has revised their draft boards to fit the proper narrative following Summer League. Some still have Paolo, Chet, Keegan, but Keegan's definitely, he's catapulted past Jabari. Shaden, what are you kidding? Dyson didn't know. Everybody's revised their draft boards. No evidence out there that says people were pulling for Jaden Ivey to be the pick. No evidence out there that the Sacramento Kings were getting ripped apart for the selection of Keegan Murray over Jaden? Absolutely none. There's no way you can Google it or search a Twitter timeline or even perhaps YouTube and find it.
So
No
I guess
chance.
that's what having the best summer league in Kings basketball means is you get revised draft boards, or like Chester says, rewrote history.
Yeah, as Keegan has been so good at basketball this week. He's rewritten history. That's, you know how good you have to be to rewrite history. You have to be as good as James Hammond. He's going to be with us here in the 3 o'clock hour. We want to hear from you. 916-349-1320. We are just getting started. We're with you for the next 4 hours. We'll keep an eye on who is playing and who is not playing in the Sacramento Kings Summer League game. Tonight, we'll come back. We'll talk Keegan Murray. We'll talk more about the Sacramento Kings. We got the ceiling is the roof. Performance of the night coming up. Adam Silver spoke yesterday. Lots to dive into. We're just getting started. It's Stilo and Casey on ESPN 1320.
It's a mess dealing with the visual.
Yeah, it's better now. Like, it's better on my end. I can't speak for you. It's better on my end.
It's good.
Fucking mess.
You always know, like, it's bad if I'm not looking at them.
It's really it's really hard to it's just tough. Yeah. And well, I don't know. It doesn't matter. Hopefully, I think it's better now. So normally it just requires a little reset.
And I feel like it's the audio, or excuse me, the visual that's off, and it throws us off. The audio is fine. Like I hear him in real time, but there's a bunch of lagging on the video.
And there's already WrestleMania rumors, huh? Cena WrestleMania rumors.
Oh my gosh.
Yikes. Oh, that'd be good. I'm really, really, really curious what really curious. That's right. It's a good call. It's a good call, Jesse. Vlade did make a great pick in Keegan Murray. That's for sure. Did he say that directly? I know that the report seems to indicate he's not anymore, which it's fine. I mean, would have been interested. I don't think.
Yeah, my man Sean is in here. Sean, looking for it. Cuz did play summer league. I think he was like 14 and a half and 6 or 7 rebounds or something like that. He played well. Like, that's good. Like, it ain't even like, oh, he was dropping off. 14 and a half, 6 rebounds for a rookie. Summer league, that's good stuff.
Brandon Ayuk and Trey Lance are making s'mores together.
Yeah, I saw that video.
Man, shout out Will Z getting some love over there on
guy Will Z.
He's getting the king. Will Z, I think they're gonna come try to hire you, man.
Yeah, man.
Come Will try
Z.
to hire Will Z.
Don't forget about the little people, man.
Right? Did we ever talk about?
I think he played like 3 games. He played like 2 in the California.
I was
Classic,
in that one.
1 in Vegas.
Yeah.
Maybe 2 in Vegas. Maybe.
I don't think he played 2. Someone sat out the second half of a game. I feel like it was, I thought it might not have been Marvin, though. It might have been Harry. Because Harry was a really good passer. And you could see the game like shifted a little bit when he sat out.
I still don't understand Harry Giles. I think he can play. I think he should be in the NBA. I don't understand why he goes to these teams and he can't get on the floor. Obviously, they're seeing something that I'm not, but I don't know. I feel like when he plays, he does fine.
Yeah. Bryce, that's not the Sasha we were talking about. Yeah, I don't think he is. Now, 1-6-3-4-9-1320. If you want to jump in and be a part of the conversation here as we get rolling on this Wednesday. Sacramento Kings back on the floor in Las Vegas tonight to take on, we think, Chet Holmgren in the Oklahoma City Thunder. I want to go back to something we were talking about yesterday, it at least just briefly, because I feel like some more context to this is needed. We posed the question is, like, we're with things like, scouts have told me that they had Keegan at number 2, and now all of a sudden Keegan Murray at 4, which on draft day was a reach by the Sacramento Kings, is suddenly a steal for the Sacramento Kings. And it's like,
I don't even think they phrase it as that. Like, they don't even really give the Kings any credit. They just be like Keegan Murray, if that makes any sense. Like, they don't be like, oh, the Kings got one. It's just like Keegan Murray's good.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make any sense to me?
No,
like,
yeah, not credit to the Kings for drafting him, just credit to Keegan for being really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's funny. Like, you've got to make sure the Kings look as dumb as possible. Like, I think that's the national media like approach. Just make sure the Kings look as stupid as possible anytime you cover Keegan Murray. And if that means when you talk about Keegan, you have to leave out the fact that he plays for the Sacramento Kings.
Right. It's almost like he doesn't play for a team.
By all means, do that. Just leave the Kings out if you have to.
He's just playing for, like, by himself. It's almost like they CGI the uniforms and the other 4 players, and he's just, he just plays for the NBA.
That's what he plays for the Kings. That's right. Whose hat was that? What Rob Lowe had, the NFL hat? That's Keegan Murray. He's just got the NBA hat. That's all he's got. No Kings, no nothing. He's just got the NBA hat. And we talked yesterday, with all of this, not just locally, obviously we're excited about what Keegan has been doing, but nationally there's been a shift in the perception of Keegan Murray, and Summer League isn't discussed without discussing the play of Keegan Murray. The reason Mark J. Spears brought up the scouts and being slotted as high as number 2 was because they were talking about Keegan Murray's play in Summer League. And with all of this talk, like, I don't want it to get lost that while I believe a lot of what Keegan is doing, and I don't want to put a percentage on it, but a lot of it to me is transferable to the regular season. A lot of what Keegan is doing, because I don't think he's forcing shots and trying to do things out of the scope of what Coach Fernandez wants them to do, is, it's transferable when Sabonis is on the floor and when De'Aaron Fox is on the floor and Harrison Barnes is on the floor, and you're running, that offense the first 2 minutes in the game. But I still have this slight concern, whereas maybe this has gotten us a little too excited. And if Keegan Murray isn't averaging 17 and 10, 17 and 8, 20 and 8, 20 and 6 coming out the gate, it's like, where's Keegan? Where's Summer League Keegan? I want Summer League Keegan. Like, it's going to be different. I really am of the belief it's not going to be drastically different, but it's going to be a little bit different. And I think maybe once the season gets underway, our eyes will shift away from Keegan a little bit, more to Fox, more to Sabonis, probably to the team as a whole. But I'm still, it's still kind of sitting on my head where it's like, let's not go too crazy and expect, LeBron James here year 1.
Well, you're right. And then I know the 2 of us we have been consistent with it and try to be a voice of reason, maybe, and talk about like what a really good rookie season or campaign for Keegan Murray actually looks like. You know what I mean? Like, I've said a number of different times, you look at like Evan Mobley, you mentioned Scotty Barnes yesterday. Those guys are like 15-7, 15-8, winning rookie of the year or being considered for rookie of the year. I'll even lower it just a little bit and not even put that on Keegan and put rookie of the year type numbers on Keegan. 13-6, 13-5. That's really good. That's really good. Some people may look at 13-5 just in general, rookie or not, as being like, oh, that's not a good enough production. But you got to understand what traditionally happens with rookies coming in. And if he's putting up, 13 points a game, 5 rebounds as a rookie, as your third or fourth option, that's good work.
I don't disagree and completely understand. And we went over like Scotty Barnes numbers. Scotty Barnes and Evan Mobley's numbers. Like we looked at everything that those guys did last year, and it's comparable to what you just laid out. Scotty Barnes, Evan Mobley, both their teams won.
Mm-hmm.
So let's go higher end from what you just said and go like 15-6, which I think is what Scotty was.
Mm-hmm.
15-6. Is that enough if the team isn't winning at the same rate as, say, Toronto and Cleveland did at the beginning of last year?
Is that enough for like? Is that
enough for everyone to feel comfortable with who and what? Is that enough for everyone to feel like Keegan's first year? If we're let's go 20 games into the season. 20 games into the season, Kings are, let's go, I don't want to make it anything like too drastic. Say they're 4 games under 500, 3 games under 500. Is that stat line enough for people to say, yo, get Keegan more involved? We saw what he did in Summer League. Like, get Keegan cooking more, get him doing more. If he's putting up that 15-6 line that you just said, that's a solid look right there.
Yeah, it should be. It should be. And I'll be here being that voice. You'll be here being that voice. That's good for a rookie to put up 15-6. Like, that's some good stuff. And this is where, as good as he's been in the summer leagues and what he's shown us, the numbers that he's put up, we also got to. I try to compare it traditionally against other top rookies, whether they won Rookie of the Year or not, whether the teams are good or not. Because generally, you play on a terrible team and you put up 15-6, you're a possible Rookie of the Year consideration. Like, and I'm not saying you're saying this, but I don't know if some people are thinking that there's not a lot of rookies, if any, that come in averaging 18, 19, 20 points a game. Only Tyreek average, really. You know what I mean? And that team was bad. But generally, your really good rookies are up there 15 points a game, regardless of the win-loss record. So if he comes in and the Kings are 4 games under 500, 20 games in, he's putting up 15-6, I'll be like, hey, he's doing what we expected him to do. He's showing up.
Mm-hmm. Regardless of the record.
Yeah, because if the record is what it is, well, my perspective, I guess, if the record is that, it's not going to be because Keegan Murray's putting up 15-6. Okay. It's probably because Sabonis isn't playing the way he should. Fox isn't playing the way he should. If Keegan's doing 15-6 and they're 4 games under, he's doing his job.
Yeah,
it's somebody else not doing their job.
I feel like that's what we'll get I think we'll kind of get re-centered once. We'll get re-centered a little bit once, like not the regular season, once like training camp gets here. And it's great watching, and that's really the beauty of Summer League, or at least part of the beauty of Summer League, is you get to see these guys, with Oklahoma City being a slight exception in the fact that you got Josh Giddey out there, who showed last year he's a really good ball player. Mm-hmm. But essentially you get some of these young guys, some of these up and coming talents, you get them, it's a spotlight, like they're by themselves. And a lot of the other guys that you see, some of them are fringe NBA players, some of them Some of them are, great Stockton great G League two-way pieces. There's talent out there in the summer league, but really top of the draft, you get to see them on their own, and it's really a spotlight on them.
Mm-hmm.
That spotlight's going to shift the second training camp starts, because while Keegan Murray will certainly be a request for interviews, and he'll certainly be at the podium, he's going to be behind De'Aaron. He's going to be behind Domantas Sabonis. If Harrison Barnes is here, he's probably going to be behind Harrison Barnes. He's going to be behind Mike Brown. He might be behind Doug Christie. Probably be behind Monty McNair too that first week of training camp as well. Like, there's a lot there. There's going to be, once we shift back into the Sacramento Kings regular season, let's get ready to break this playoff drought, part of the season. I think our focus shifts back to the two main spotlights or the two main pieces, with Keegan being like, okay, how is he going to fit in all of this? How is Mike Brown going to make this all work? Because that's the other thing that can't be lost on this. While we're all excited about, Keegan Murray and everything he's done this offseason, it's not just the development of having De'Aaron and Domantas Sabonis for an entire year. It's not just the development of drafting Keegan Murray. It's just not the development of adding shooters like Malik Monk and Kevin Huerter and whatever else may happen over the next couple of weeks. It's the fact that you have an entirely new coaching staff in there as well.
Right.
And you have one that I think very highly of. I think a lot of people think very highly of. You have a championship caliber coach. You have a defensive minded coach, and we're expecting, and I think rightfully so for this fan base, we're expecting this team to be significantly better next year.
For sure. And we've talked about it a number of different times. Are we predicting that they will be significantly better? No, we've learned our lesson. At least I've learned my lesson on that. I'm not going to predict it. But like you said, I expect it. I expect playing to be the bare minimum of what this team is able to do next year. They're far, on paper at least, they're far too talented. They've got too many good players to sit up there and be one of the 5 worst teams in the conference. So with that, like I said, if Keegan is playing well and doing what he's supposed to do, and they still have a bad, disappointing record, I can't look at Keegan as being the reason why. I'm looking at a number of different other people in this locker room and on the sidelines as a reason to why they're not achieving the heights that people like myself expect them and demand for them to reach.
How much of Keegan's success do you think is based on the success of De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis? Like, because I wonder if, we talk about expectations here and different things like that. If you allow, and that's been one of the great things of watching Keegan in this summer league, is you don't feel like he's playing outside of himself.
Mm-hmm.
You feel like he's playing in the flow of the game. Like we saw Paolo Banchero, we saw it, and he openly admitted it. Oh, I'm gonna show everybody. Yeah. I'm gonna show everybody why I'm the number 1 pick. I'm gonna show everybody why I'm the dude. I'm gonna show why everybody who says, you can count my game to Carmelo Anthony. I'm gonna reward everyone who says that. Like, I'm gonna show you why I'm in the position that I'm in. And sometimes, when you, as much as I love Paolo, sometimes you see him overextending himself. I think that's why sometimes you saw, some nights of inefficient shooting. Like, you saw him really trying to go out there and prove a point. At no point in any of these 5 games did I feel like Keegan Murray was trying to prove the Kings right. Or the people who said it was a 4-player draft with Jaden Ivey prove them wrong, or the people who said there was a significant talent drop off from Jaden Ivey to Keegan Murray from 4 to 5 to prove those people wrong. He looks like he plays within himself. And if he can continue to do that, I think that means Fox and Sabonis are clicking, right? That means this group that Monty McNair has put together is clicking. But if it's not, and Keegan does have to overextend himself, I think that's where the team could get in trouble a little bit.
Yeah.
And I feel like there's such a domino effect to this all working for Keegan. And working for the Sacramento Kings as a whole, because go ahead and, take a shot. 450th time in the last month, I'll say this. It starts with De'Aaron.
Absolutely.
And Sabonis isn't far behind. And then
Absolutely.
it'll trickle down to Keegan Murray or whoever you think is next. Everything will trickle down to Keegan, because we know no matter what option you think that he isn't one.
Mm-hmm.
He's not option one.
Yeah. No, absolutely. De'Aaron Fox is the key to what this team is going to do this year. That's just, to me, that's just what it is. You know what I mean? And his growth and what he's able to do and how he's able to set up different plays and opportunities for others on this team and still getting his, that's going to be the X factor. I look at this situation, and in a perfect scenario, De'Aaron Fox isn't averaging 25, 26, 27 points per game. I always said he's 22 a night, 8 assists. Sabonis is doing what he's doing. Now you got Monk and Herter. They're doing their thing. Harrison Barnes. Keegan is getting spread around a little bit. And if he's able to tap into that, if he's able to do those type of things where he can still get his, but open up for others, sky's the limit for this team. Sky's the limit. They can be really, really good if all of that is unlocked, starting with De'Aaron Fox. And I think, though, people always talk about, who's going to play defense and all this other stuff. One of the things about it that I always say, because it's always talked about as if like, oh, I'm only talking about offense and I don't care about defense. That's not the case. But you get like, I know there are guys that are better at defense than others, or more committed to defense than others, but more times than not, man, that's just, any of these guys on the Kings right now can play solid team defense. It's not about, oh, you need to go get defensive players. All these guys have the ability to be good team defenders. And that's what, to me, that's one of the more important things in this league when you talk about defense, because maybe a guy isn't great one-on-one, but he knows what the scheme is. He knows where we're shifting, where the help is at, all this other stuff. He knows how to help others, or whatever the case may be. All these guys that they got, there's no doubt in my mind they can be good team defenders. No doubt in my mind.
I think that's why one of the many reasons, not the sole reason, one of the many, many reasons why a decent start is so important for them. Not just from like a psychological standpoint. Mm-hmm. Like, you don't want that here we go again factor with the Sacramento Kings. But if there truly is a commitment on the defensive end, if there truly is an effort on the part, we know there will be an effort on the part of Mike Brown and this coaching staff. There's a true effort from the individuals on this team to play as a unit. You want that stuff, like you want that to yield a return, right? Mm-hmm. In a bad start, because you're giving up 130 points to the Denver Nuggets or whoever's on the schedule. That's not that. Even if you're winning games, you want to see something positive on the defensive end, because you want that engagement to be there. Right. I feel like this team has been engaged defensively before at the start of seasons, and it disappears really, really quickly, because they'll give up 128 in game 1 or 130 in game 2, or you'll see the here we go again thing. Mm-hmm. And it dissipates so quickly for them. I think this is a more disciplined group than in years past. Nice. I think this is a more disciplined coaching staff than in years past. But still, human nature, like you want to see the return. Right. You don't want to feel like you're banging your head against the wall. And it just the start to this season, like, I don't know if this team can recover from a New Orleans Pelicans start last year.
Oh, no. I'm surprised New Orleans recovered from that. That is, but not
they did.
They did, but that's not.
Willie was really excited following the playing game about how his team recovered, and he was ridiculed for it.
Well, he wasn't ridiculed for being excited. It was the tears. After
excitement can draw tears. Hater.
You're not going to get me to slander Willie Green anymore. I'm just saying, I don't know why he was
I don't need to get you to do anything. You do.
Once again, I don't know why he started crying on the court. I mean, I could see talking to your guys in the locker room and just getting emotional and tearing up. Why, with 15 seconds left in the game, are we crying on the sidelines? I just don't know.
Because he recognized what his team did when they were 1-13 or 1-12 or whatever it was, and he saw how they bounced back and got to where they were and saw the bright future that could be ahead for them. But
I had never seen that before.
Well, it's NBA 3.0. I don't think the Kings can recover from that, no matter how many tears Mike Brown is willing to shed. Like, I don't think the team can recover from that. Yeah. That's why that's solid. You asked this question before, and for people who really thought about it, it is an intriguing question because you got to go through you're going to go through a lot of hurt before the end of the season. You're going to experience some really high highs and some really low lows. Mm-hmm. But would you take the Cleveland Cavaliers season, where they were very briefly the number one seed in the Eastern Conference, and they slip. They're in the play-in, and then they're gone after 2 play-in games. Mm. The Kings I don't want to go so far as to say the Kings need to be the top team in the Western Conference. They just have to come out and have a solid start and see that their work that they're doing during the preseason is paying off. This is the work that they're doing in practice is paying off, because we also know once we get to like really December, those practices are really going to be a thing of the past. Mm-hmm. You've got to take advantage of that time from, late September to December, or if you stretch it out a little bit further, late September to January. You've got to take advantage of that time, because really once you get past the new year and you start approaching the All-Star break and the midway point through the season and head into the play, your practices are done. Like, you're not practicing anymore.
So let me ask you this, because I agree with you. I'm just asking the question here. Do you think it's as necessary for that type of start for this team? I think it's necessary for us because we lived through it. We've seen it. But this team, what if they're not as emotionally fragile and mentally fragile as that last group was? Because we saw that last group couldn't handle the adversity. They fell apart. What if this team struggles to start the season on defense, starts the season 5-7, but they're tough enough to fight through that, to say, hey, we just got to, maybe it's some of the things that the Coach Brown is telling them that isn't working, but they're tough enough mentally and emotionally to say, no, we're going to stay the course. We're going to stay with it. And we're going to turn around. Is that a possibility in your eyes or?
Yeah. So, the scenario is important though. The makeup of, and I'll stick with your 5-7 record, is important. Yes, I don't believe this team collectively is as emotionally fragile as years past. But if there's a stretch where they're playing who at the time are and will believe to be at the end of the season as well, the 4 worst teams in the league, and you're playing them at home and you lose like 3 of them, that's tough. That's different than you losing to a close game to Phoenix, maybe getting blown out by Golden State, beating Detroit along the way, but losing to Milwaukee or losing to Boston. Like the makeup of that 5-7 record, I think matters a lot, because that 4-game losing streak, or that what was it? Oh, was it an 0-4 road trip or a 1-3 road trip? Whatever it was, it was relatively early in the season. Yeah. But it was over. Like, we all can point to it. Like, that's when we knew the season was done after that road trip.
They lost a Sunday home game to Indiana to go to 5-5, a Monday home game to Phoenix to go 5-6, and then you had those 4 games you talked about, and they came out of those 4 games 6-9, and it was only 6-9. But we were like, yo, this team.
And what did you just say? 7-9? Like, what you just said something. You just said something along the same lines. It's very possible for a season to end that early.
Right.
And it was only, what'd you say they were, 7-9?
They were.
What was it? 2 days later?
They were 6 and they went on that road trip at 5-6. They came back 5-9. And then
So it was
Luke
3 games
fired.
later,
2 games after
homeboy
that.
puked and Luke was fired.
Yeah.
It was right after that.
That's crazy. And the other crazy thing about that is the game. Let me try to explain it. But 2 games before that road trip, they lost to Indiana, they lost to Phoenix. Do you remember the game that was before Indiana?
No.
The Charlotte game at home.
Oh.
Where the Friday night, they end up scoring 140 points that night, beat Charlotte by 30.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody thought it was all good. And 10 days later, they're coming back home after losing to San Antonio, Oklahoma City, and Minnesota. And Luke Walton fired a couple days after that.
Wasn't Indiana a mess at the time too?
Indiana, it was considered a bad loss just because you thought you were better than Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
But it wasn't disastrous. It was just like, hey, this happens in the NBA from time to time.
It was just compounded by disaster.
Yes. Toronto was the one that was like, yo, this
Scotty Barnes.
I'm not even sure Scotty Barnes. I'm trying to think. I'm sure he played, but Siakam killed him. We thought Siakam wasn't even playing this year. All of a sudden, he's out there killing the Kings. They beat the hell out of the Kings that night.
Why don't we just trade Rashawn for Siakam? Like, why wouldn't Toronto do that? That was a very real conversation at the beginning of last year. Let's come back. There's a couple of other Kings things I want to talk about, including the 3 roster spots available. Kings are looking for a veteran point guard by all accounts. Matthew Dellavedova is working out for them. Quinn Cook's working out for them. They're clearly looking for a 3rd point guard. They're clearly looking for a veteran point guard. So we're just going to ignore we're just going to ignore it, huh? I'm going to let y'all think about that for a second. We also got the Ceiling is the Roof performance of the night when we return here on ESPN 1320. I don't know why I delivered that in such dramatic fashion.
Because it was dramatic.
Oh man, I'm gonna try to sneak in.
Look at that. I didn't know if they know, but damn, I ain't even gonna say it. But man,
I don't know what's happening. Is it in the chat house?
Yeah, I'll let it be though. I'll let it be.
Oh.
I just don't understand. I just don't understand.
Leave that man alone. Man just living his life. Living his life. What is Keegan's new ceiling? He's got a new ceiling, Mike.
Jason Tatum.
Someone asked me that yesterday.
I still don't see him handling the ball good enough for these small forward comparisons.
Yeah.
Not today.
I don't know. That's a bad question for us, Mike. But I know Keegan's good. I'll give him that.
Some people still say the 3. Like I said, maybe my glasses are foggy, man. I just can't see the 3 right now.
No, I got you. How far do you think Neemias Queta can go? I think Neemias Queta can be a 82-game Sacramento King this season. I absolutely think he could be a roster guy. It doesn't make sense if you still have Alex Len on the roster. But he absolutely can, in my opinion. Oh, that's a good question. More of an impact this season, Queta or Keon Ellis? I feel like Queta because I feel like they're gonna keep Keon Ellis in Stockton a little bit more.
I don't know if he's gonna get up to the main.
Yeah, can we hit the thumbs up while we're approaching
Marcus? I don't know, Jesse. You could tell me differently. Tatum does not play power forward most of the time. They usually those two, one of those two are usually on the floor. Williams comes in for 9 out of 4, and even when he plays the 4, it's just he's a small forward playing at the 4. Like he's handling the rock. He's handling the rock. He's out. Like I said, hey, if Keegan can get to the point where he can create off the bounce and handle the ball like Tatum or Chris Middleton, please. I will not apologize. I would be like, this is the best thing in the world. Right now, I just don't see it. But he's getting into the NBA. Maybe, he can start handling the ball at a different level the more he works on his game.
They got Road Dogg hanging upside down. You just... Y'all hit the thumbs up, please. Please hit the thumbs up. That's all. Just hit the thumbs up. Subscribe too if you're not a subscriber. I feel like a lot of you aren't. You got to become a subscriber.
Subscribe, like, and subscribe.
The likes are big for the algorithm. The subscribers, that's just for our ego. Y'all are asking the question. We gonna ask. I'm just saying. We gonna ask.
I was just letting it be. That's what I'm saying. I was letting it be. As soon as you said it, somebody said it. So I was just
right there.
We gonna talk about it.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about it because I don't get it. What's the problem? You telling me he ain't got more legs than? Live on the Odyssey app, live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320, live on 1320 AM and 98.5 HD2 FM, wherever you are. We appreciate you so much for being here with us. I got a question. It seems a lot of people in the chatty house are asking when I asked about that third point guard coming up. And I'm trying to think of the order in which we should do this. You know what, partner? I'm going to lead you into it.
The ceiling is the roof. Let's make it happen. Let's keep moving forward.
The ceiling is the roof performance of the night brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing. Call 916-481-7200 to set your appointment. Find out if solar is right for you. John, the squad, they're going to come out and check out the house next week. We're going to find out if solar is a good look out here. At the spot. So you could do the same thing. Set your appointment. Get those energy bills down. We're doing the show from here. Got all these lights on. I got that air conditioner cranking all day. And once a month when that bill comes, I pay for it in every way imaginable. ACR Solar and Roofing is going to try to help me with that. Again, 916-481-7200. We left Summer League yesterday and went with Rockland's own Logan Webb.
Yeah, man.
For our ceiling is the roof performance of the night. 6 innings pitched, 0 runs given up, 8 strikeouts, 8-3 on the season. The Giants win big. Rockland's own Logan Webb. The ceiling is the roof performance of the night. Brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing. Again, call 916-481-7200. You motivated your Giants to another victory.
Hey, man, I had to do what I had to do, but I want them to be self-sufficient at some point. I want them to be self-motivated.
Hold their hand, brother.
I want them to just look at the situation and say, let's just be great on our own. Let's not have Casey always have to yell at us. That's what I'm looking for. But Logan Webb, he stepped up. Logan Webb has had a season as advertised, like you mentioned. He's 8.3 on the season, 2.82 ERA. The man is took the mantle as being the ace of this staff. He started at midseason last year, then he's done nothing to disappoint this year. So it's been a joy to see him. 13-0 yesterday from the Giants. That was a good look. Let's just get some consistent wins going on. That's what I want to see right now. Let's just be consistent with some good, solid baseball. Let's get off this schneid of losing.
Schneids are never good.
Yeah, let's get off the schneid of losing like What do I always keep saying? It's 9 of 12. It's 10 of 13. It's 11 of 16. Let's get off that. Maybe let's flip that a little bit. I'm not saying you have to go on a 10-game winning streak, but hey, let's win 7 of our next 10. You know what I mean? Let's win 9 of 12. Let's flip that a little bit. Play some good basketball, some good baseball, and yeah, let's do that.
So I just want
shout out Logan Webb.
Indeed, just want to double back. Season is in fact not over.
No, it's not over. I said yesterday
you.
it's not over. I said I'm tempted to press the button, but it's not there yet because the wild card is there. And as of, I got to see where they're at right now exactly. But going into yesterday, I think. Going into yesterday, they were 2 games out of the wild card spot. So I can't say it's over based off of that. You know what I mean? But it's time to start. Yeah, there's still 2 games out of the wild card behind the St. Louis Cardinals. I think they're, what's that?
With like 80 left to play. You think they can make up 2 games over the next 80?
Oh, if they keep losing 11 of 15, no.
Well, they just lost 11 of 15 in the 2 games out of the wild card.
Which means they're not in the wild card. They're not in the playoffs, so they can't make it up.
That's what I keep trying to tell you is that you're getting a little emotional.
No, they need to be playing better.
Oh, I don't. You need to beat the Diamondbacks. That's the first thing. What I'm tired of is you coming in here to the show seemingly every damn day and complaining about them losing to the damn Diamondbacks.
Don't make no damn the Diamondbacks and the Reds. How?
Houseway.
Houseway.
Thank you very much for that.
I'm gonna miss being able to push that button. Jesse, I think you're gonna be in control. You're gonna have to. Me and Jesse are gonna have to be on the same page. You're gonna have to start.
Jesse's going to have. I can confirm. I saw Jesse's going to have button control. I'm going to have button control. Kenny Garraway's not going to have any button control there in the new studio. I can't.
How convenient is that? Wow. How convenient is that? I
think Odyssey took your button privileges away when you started just breaking glass for all sorts of random reasons. I think that's what it was. But there is this is I don't think it would be that difficult to hook up a little device over on your side of the brand new studio where you could press a little button here and there and have some fun. That's 100% what it could be. And then like our new board, we're gonna have some sound bites on that joint. Like there's buttons everywhere. It's not gonna take us 10 minutes to scroll through pages to find them. Like it's we turn your alerts on if you're on Twitch or YouTube, because we're going to have to do some test runs over the course of the next like month. Mm-hmm. The radio station is going to be popping, like that's not a question, but we've developed a way that we do this. We don't put up tiles so we can go outside and smoke cigarettes. We don't cut the sound when we go to commercial. Like we just hang out for 4 straight hours. And so we've got to make sure the mics can stay live when we're in commercial. We got to make sure that we could do all of the things that we've done over the last 2 years in the new studio. There's going to be some trial and error. And we ain't going to do trial and error when the show starts. Like we're going to get that all figured out before we're live in there day one. So set your alerts, and you guys might have to be the test audience. What's wrong? You guys might have to be the test audience.
You can't just slide that in there and not expect me to just crack.
Wait. Well, we'll be right back and just disappear for the next 4 minutes. Like that's not what we do. What we do during the commercial break is just talk trash about people. That's normally what we do. We ain't getting rid of that. Lauren knows what time it is, and we interact with our crew here who's nice enough to listen to us.
Pay what you owe, Granddad.
That's what it is. That is what it is. So set your alerts so you could be a part of our test group.
I need to be able to seamlessly be like,
hey, watch your mouth, woman.
You don't.
I do.
But I
hey, watch your mouth, woman.
Yeah, he's gonna launch into a Chris Broussard version of
a live roadcaster. How convenient is that? Wow, how convenient! Beep that.
Yeah. That's gonna be Kenny for sure. All right, back to the Kings.
The coaches.
Oh my gosh,
players, you did nothing wrong.
We do need to get That actually that's the drop that settled it. We do need to get you. We do need to get you a little hotkey bank over on your side of the screen. We definitely got to do that. So there's 3 roster spots available. We'll talk to James Sam coming up about 2 hours from right now. There's 3 roster spots available for the Sacramento Kings, and we know that they're looking for a vet point guard. We know that Matthew Dellavedova has worked out or is planning to work out or something like that with the team in Summer League. Quinn Cook, who was with Stockton last year. Who's another player who's escaping me, who worked out as well.
It was Shabazz Muhammad.
Thank you. Can someone explain to me, like, so Isaiah Thomas just a no-go? Like, what would be the reason that Isaiah Thomas can't be? And I like Isaiah Thomas for a variety of reasons. This is I don't think this is like Kings colored glasses here. This isn't purpled colored glasses. If you're looking for a veteran third point guard, why in the world can't it be Isaiah Thomas?
I don't know. Like, I would love for them to make a move and get IT on this team. Some part of it is a homer thing. I love Isaiah Thomas. I want to see him back here in Sacramento. The other part of it is I can't believe that. And this is no shade to them. This is more me bigging up Isaiah. I can't believe that Quinn Cook or Matthew Dellavedova are better than Isaiah Thomas.
I can't either. And Quinn Cook is interesting, but certainly not.
And Stephen Brown says because IT's the turnstile on defense. These two aren't damn Tony Allen.
Okay. What? So what defense is Matthew Dellavedova going to play in that role that's more valuable than what Isaiah Thomas can do offensively? This is a minimized roles to a degree.
And to be honest with you, if that's the difference, if that's why you're not guarding him you're not signing him as your third guard, you got a whole list of problems at that point with your franchise, with your roster.
Who's the Kings anchor? Matthew Dellavedova?
We need that third guard to come in and lock up. You probably don't even need him to play, first of all. There's that. So if it's like, hey, we can't take IT because he doesn't
play
defense. This guy barely even going to play.
Question, back of the class. Who's the backup point guard for the Sacramento Kings right now?
Davion.
And what's he do?
Gives people off nights.
So you got to bring Matthew Dellavedova in, who could probably play a fraction of the defense that Davion Mitchell can, when you could potentially sign Isaiah Thomas, who is capable of – Isaiah Thomas is capable of scoring like 12 points in 3 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather have Isaiah Thomas over any player that they've worked out in Las Vegas.
I agree.
Why can't Isaiah Thomas stay on a franchise? Like, what are we missing?
I don't know, and maybe it is the defense. But if it's the defense,
there's no way.
That's your issue for the backup point guard, right? Not the third PG on the roster. Come on, man.
Run TMG's screen name is too damn long, but he's on YouTube. Let's not go back to Sacramento Kings signing washed players. Who do you think is going to fill that third role then?
Well, we're gonna go trade for Damian Lillard to be the third point guard. What are we talking about?
I'm bugging, man. I just don't get why Isaiah's not. And there's going to be a point where this isn't going to be a discussion anymore. He's like 32, 33 years old. At some point, we're not going to talk about it anymore. I just don't get, how is this dude just not stuck? How is team after team giving him an opportunity in which it appeared he always played well in those opportunities, and he's never brought back at the beginning of next season. He's never signed to longer term deals. Like I don't know what I don't understand about basketball when I watch Isaiah Thomas, because clearly there's something about basketball I don't understand. I don't get it. You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. Again, I'm not talking about Isaiah Thomas coming in and averaging 20 points per game and playing 33 games, 33 minutes a night. Talking about him being a backup third point guard. By the way, should something happen to De'Aaron Fox, in very recent history says he'll miss some games along the way, who would you rather have playing 20 minutes a night? And this is a genuine question. Matthew Dellavedova, Quinn Cook, or Isaiah Thomas?
Isaiah Thomas for me. And look, our guy, Mr. Rancho, he's our guy. He's our guy. It says on the YouTube, y'all need to let Monty evaluate. He ain't missed yet. If he don't like it, then we shouldn't want it. Our opinions luckily don't matter when it comes to player evaluation. He clearly don't need it. Now, Mr. Rancho, hey, who's been at the forefront in the last week and a half saying Monty's killed it this offseason? He's done a great job. He's done a phenomenal job.
Well, you've been a kiss ass is what you've been. I'll be honest with you.
I've been real. I've been real. I said I was very critical of him on draft night, and he's flipped the 180 and he's done a phenomenal job. So
I think Monty turned this all around after you had a pep talk with him in the hallway.
Well, there's that, and then Nani coming in really changed everything. But he ain't missed yet. He ain't missed yet. Then he signed Glenn Robinson III. Then he signed Hassan Whiteside.
Well, you did say there was going to be a bidding war for Hassan Whiteside.
I was wrong. Didn't he draft Jamias Ramsey?
Bob and Jamias, yeah.
Bob.
Yeah.
Let's not do that. He's done a really good job. Let's not do that. Okay, let's not act like he's just flawless and it's above reproach. And above that, it's a radio, so that's what we do. We talk about players that we would like to see here. That doesn't mean, if Monty's not listening to us, then get the Redfin. We're not saying that.
Yeah. He also signed. He also acquired Matthew Dellavedova for Matthew Dellavedova. He also acquired Dante DiVincenzo for 7 minutes to just let him leave.
Yeah.
So I wonder if Dante got here and Monty was like, "Whoops, I think I was wrong about this one." All righty, let that ride.
He kept Luke too long.
Well,
according to some,
he did. He ain't wrong. People, Matt Coleman's name is coming up here. Frankie Ferrari's name.
For DeLon was a miss.
Is DeLon signed?
I think he's a free agent. Yeah. I wouldn't mind having him as a third guard.
And here's the other name I was going to bring up. I was a little bit afraid I was going to get jumped if I brought it up. Has Dennis Schroeder signed anywhere?
That's not a bad look either.
Is Dennis Schroeder's career over?
Damn.
It can't be.
It can't
be. No. Why can't Dennis Schroeder be it? No. Again, it's now for Dennis Schroeder's point. He's probably looking at it the same way. Wait a minute, is my career over? Am I really a third point guard on a team desperate to make the playoffs for the first time in 16 years? Fit for the player matters as much as fit for the team. I'm sure Dennis Schroeder would rather play anywhere where he's not the third string point guard. Right. But that's the role.
Sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
I mean, Dennis Schroeder's he's a free agent. I think DeLon Wright is a free agent. I like both of those options. But again, what are they looking for in a team? Would they rather sign with Sacramento or wait it out and see if a point guard gets hurt and someone needs them to come in and play a more prominent role on a squad? I'm not sure. In Dennis Schroeder's case, I feel like that's what would happen. DeLon Wright's case, I don't really feel like that would be what happened. DeLon Wright was solid defensively, if memory serves me correctly. He was a player I think a lot of Kings fans liked. They were here. I think the draft is what ultimately led to moving on from him, acquiring TT, a little odd, but whatever. I think what I'm realizing now is there's a lot of other names I like than the ones that have been tied to them in Summer League.
I like Quinn Cook.
I do like
I
Quinn
don't
Cook.
not like Matthew Dellavedova. I mean, he's been out of the league. Nobody know where he's been for the last 18 months. Like,
I like every
I'm not
name we
crazy
just
about
discussed more, including Dennis Schroeder.
I
I like
agree.
all of those names more than all of
I
those guys.
agree.
Quinn Cook is higher on my list than Matthew Dellavedova would be.
And once again, for what we're talking about, there is going to be plenty of nights where these guys don't even play. You know
Right.
what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
these guys are what is it? Break glass in case of emergency type guys. Like that. Yeah, that's fine to have all these guys on. Dennis Schroeder. And we're not asking him to be the starter or the backup or nothing like that. Like, yeah, fine for that third point guard.
Big ups to Zach. DeLon Wright did sign with the Washington Wizards.
And Zach, shout
2
out to
years,
Zach.
$16 million. Good for him.
Well, shout out to Zach for getting the credit. After about 10 people have already said that, but Zach gets the credit.
Well, Zach's who I saw, so that
I'm praising Zach because sometimes it's about timing. It's all about timing in life.
I learned that when I found out that the Kings signed Malik Monk, and we announced it at 3 seconds after.
That was crazy.
No one cared because they didn't have their D'Lo and Casey push notifications on.
Spectre 707 says I would sign Jeff Teague. Would that be?
That's good. That's solid right there.
My mistake. I can make a mistake.
That's all right, Chuck. That's all right. Ain't nothing wrong with signing Jeff Teague.
Would that be the equivalent of that would be me saying, well, I'll be honest with you. I don't know why we're looking for a third guard. I think Dante DiVincenzo can play point guard if need be.
Good. Well, no, that's Avery Johnson like. That's even though I heard Dante DiVincenzo isn't happy with Sacramento and he's still looking for a way out.
Because Charles was saying that the Hawks should play Teague, even though Teague was not on the team.
Anymore. Even though Teague was on the other
team on the other
that they were playing.
Hadn't been on the Hawks for at least a year and a half.
I start Jeff Teague.
My mistake. I can make a mistake.
Good stuff. And just for fun.
It is gone, but caught.
Thank you. This game 916 says Buddy Hield is still trying to get out of Sacramento. I can't believe Avery did that twice. That's amazing. When people were saying, did you see? I honestly thought people were saying like an old clip. No, he said it again that day.
Nah, I like the little general. Damn.
How?
Because Buddy Hield.
Oh,
they've got to figure out what they're gonna do with him.
That's all right. You set the bar pretty high with some of these, so when you fall a little short, that's all right. That's all right. Isaiah Thomas has played for the Kings, the Suns, the Celtics, the Cavs, the Lakers, the Nuggets, the Wizards, the Pelicans, the Grand Rapids Gold, the Lakers, the Mavericks, the Grand Rapids Gold again, and the Charlotte Hornets.
And I'll say that in fairness to Monty and all these other guys, and we're just saying we don't understand it. We know what's going on. We don't understand it though. As you read off, a bunch of other teams try to bring in IT, and he hasn't stuck. I don't know why, but I mean, that is the reality of it. I don't know what that's about, man.
I was listening to
my team any day.
Yeah, I don't understand. I wish I did. I was listening to a 30 for 30 podcast hosted by Justin Tinsley about Nipsey Hussle. And there's an episode. It's a great podcast, by the way. I think it's like season 8, maybe, of the 30 for 30 podcast. It's like a four part episode, but it's interesting because one of the episodes is the two prominent characters outside, of course, Nipsey, and they're they both give interviews for the podcast, are Isaiah Thomas, who had Nipsey Hussle at his draft party and DeMarcus Cousins. And I just thought that was interesting. I think it was like episode 3 of the podcast opens up with the 60th selection in the 2011 NBA draft. The Sacramento Kings select Isaiah Thomas. Good night, everybody. And it's like, oh man, like the Kings are featured pretty prominently in this episode. And I think the way the story goes is Isaiah used to rock Nipsey in the workout facility. And that turned DeMarcus like, yo, who's this? Yo, that's my man Nip. That's how DeMarcus got turned on to him. That's how they became friends. And that's kind of the backdrop of that particular episode. And it ties it's a really, really good episode. It's a really good series, I should say, because it ties in like Nipsey's impact like on the NBA community, like how he got so big in the NBA world.
Yeah.
Because I feel like Nipsey is one of those artists who was getting bigger, but exploded in death.
Yes.
He was already huge in the NBA world.
Yeah.
And it traces the origins of that a little bit. It's really good stuff. It's worth listening to. Again, it's a 30 podcast.
Sure.
Hosted by our man Justin Tinsley. We'll come back. There's more we want to dive into. Mentioned Adam Silver. We'll talk about some things that Adam Silver said yesterday, including how he might be a little bit delusional about his feelings regarding Kevin Durant and players asking for trades. That's all coming up here. The phone lines are open for you. 916-349-1320. It's D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320.
I'm about to peep that.
Yeah, it's good, man. It was the episode that sparked that conversation we had the other day. Yeah, third episode of the podcast. The Corners of the Culture will be on Nipsey Hussle. He was loved there, man.
Yeah, they love him.
He was loved there.
He was on his way. Yeah, it was 28. That's crazy.
Yeah.
What he did in that game 7 against the Wizards. Oh, man. Oh, man.
You know what's going to be crazy is if the studio has internet connections next week. We just stuck. Because if the studio has internet connections, I just go to your board and your Comrex.
Right.
But with you out, if the studio has internet connections, I think, Jesse, you might be able to pot up the computer, but no, in that studio. Like if something were to happen to the Comrex units. But I don't know if that would, I don't know. I did see Austin. I did see Austin Rivers' name, and I was like, that's cool. That's cool. Man, DeLon Wright got him a nice little deal. DeLon Reginald Wright. Kyle Kuzma recruited him. All right.
Kyle Kuzma recruited.
That's what it said.
Oh, recruited DeLon Wright. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Oh, man, that's tough. That is tough. Yeah, I feel for him. I feel for him. You don't ever want to see that. No, Mr. Playoff Bound, nothing crazy has happened. Dr. David, how do you know all of this stuff, man? That's crazy. What's funny is there actually is a Vox Pro in our new studio, and it's like, yeah, we're not going to need this. I yes, only because I've seen Dr. David. I've seen Dr. David in his beautiful family. So no, that's not Chris. He knows as much as Chris does, though. That's for sure. Yeah, Mike, I wondered that too, Mike, but there's really no evidence of that either. Like no one's ever said a bad thing about Isaiah Thomas before. Yeah. They're back. I thought we got rid of you guys. You know what they did? They started using emojis more, and that's what's thrown us off.
They think they're slick.
916-349-1320. It's Stilo and KC here on Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, the Odyssey app, and on 1320 AM. James Ham will be with us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour to talk more Kings basketball. Kings in the Oklahoma City Thunder tonight. I believe you could do a watch along with Deuce and Mo tonight with the link over there on their YouTube page. So check that out, because always looking for ways to make Summer League more entertaining, man. That'll definitely do it, especially if guys start getting shut down here as we head into the final games with everybody in Las Vegas, at least for the last couple of days, everybody in the NBA world in Las Vegas, at least for the last couple of days. A lot of meetings were done. The NBA finally finalized the change in the take foul. The take foul, I think, is the thing that universally drove everybody crazy. And I think
I absolutely hated it.
So I believe the change is it's basically a stricter penalty. So I think you get a free throw in addition to the ball or something like they're trying to make you do that take foul. It's a stricter penalty. But aren't we going down the road now of the clear path thing? Where with the clear path foul, you call it, but then you review it for like 2.5 minutes. Like, is that what we're going to do now, where we've got to review take fouls?
That may be what they're going to do. They shouldn't have to. I mean, it's clear as day. That is.
Well, how many times has something happened where we go, oh, this is clear, but they still go to review it for 2 minutes?
The clear path, I could understand looking at that a little bit. Because, you got to see, is it really a clear path? Was there a defender back there? Sometimes they're happening so fast and it's simultaneous. You got to match up. I understand that a little bit more. This one, when somebody's taking a take foul, there is no review needed. To me, and I'm sure there are occasions where you'll be able to see some stuff. To me, there's no reason for review of a take foul. You know what a take foul is.
Yeah.
It was one of the single worst things that had happened to the NBA in recent memory. I mean, I'm not speaking hyperbole. I mean, it took away fast breaks. It took away exciting plays. It took away momentum. It was one of the bigger rule problems, if not the biggest rule problem in the NBA. And I just can't believe it took this.
This has been an issue for years.
And Gundy have been yelling about this for at least the last 5 years.
And you guys have the same level of platform, so I don't know why. I don't know why the NBA was.
I don't know why. I don't know why this took so long, but I'm glad they finally fixed it. And if it needs to be fixed some more, if people are like, "Oh, I'll take the point," make it 2 foul shots eventually, if they want to keep doing it. This is a detriment to the game. This take foul.
Well, we'll see if it works. I mean, sometimes these rule changes don't always work. We've seen it happen in the NFL a lot, where rule changes don't work. We see a lot of things done on a kind of a short-term basis, which is what the play-in tournament was an interim basis, but that's no longer the case, as the play-in tournament being a permanent part of the postseason has been finalized. More details emerged about a potential in-season tournament as well. And I can't imagine Kenny Caraway's elation when he saw the final four teams could potentially play at a neutral site for the in-season tournament title or whatever sponsorship.
You know what it is, man.
The Kia Grand Championship.
We're going to the Vegas Strip. We're going to the Vegas Strip. Everybody, the whole NBA family.
Oh, we're doing that again.
Yeah.
All right. So
including you and me.
Oh, good, because we sure as hell didn't go this weekend. We didn't get to eat pizza at 3 o'clock in the morning with Deuce and Mo and all of the Ringer writers. We didn't get to do that. And then I woke up in a bad mood, mad at everybody on Sunday. Like, what why are we here? Why am I not in some gross hotel room right now in Las Vegas? What is going on?
Yeah. But no, I mean, I don't know how it works. I don't know how they're going to make people care about it enough. And I don't understand.
I think it could be fun.
Yeah, I think I'm all for it. We're joking with the Vegas stuff, but if it was just whatever, I don't care.
Well, a neutral site that appears to be part of the plan. Like, you'll have games playing out. Final four teams go neutral site. I think the idea is to get it done before Christmas. I don't know that it's going to be Las Vegas, but sure seems like a prime destination for it. Like, you've got Las Vegas there. They have 47 arenas already. You've got, you've got the Garden, and I point out the Garden because the Barclays Center is figuratively right around the corner. So if you need two arenas, depending, if you choose to expand, if you have more teams travel to the neutral site, whatever it may be, you probably want to go to a place where you have multiple options.
The other part about that, though, is it's cold in New York. If you're trying to get it done in December, like I would think
they're not playing at Rucker.
No, but I would think they would want people to come. Now, we've seen with All-Star games, stuff like that, people.
You mean travel for it?
Yeah. I think Las Vegas would be good for that. I think LA would be good for that.
I don't think who's going to go, oh, I don't want to be in New York at Christmas time. This is the best time to be in New York.
It's freezing.
Well, that's all right. You bundle up, you go to Rockefeller Center, you look at the big tree. Yeah, man, what you talking about?
So and this is kind of a tough question, because I would love to go to Toronto, but you'd rather go to a Toronto All-Star game or a Miami All-Star game?
Toronto's not New York.
New York be freezing.
No, I'd rather go to Miami. Out of those two, I'd rather go to Miami. But Miami's not there are plenty of elements. I don't even think I can afford to go to Miami anymore. Costs like $100 to have dinner in Miami.
I can't afford to go to New York anymore either. I was looking at some plane tickets the other. Goodness gracious. How are we supposed to?
I'm not even talking about the plane ticket. I'm talking about when you're actually there. It's expensive when you're in like I went to South Beach that one time for the MTV Video Music Awards. My bank account still ain't recovered from it.
If they are looking for a neutral destination, I would think warm weather places.
I think that's dumb. It's December. Dude, who cares where it is?
What do you mean,
but it's going to be it's going to be
if I can help it.
Nobody. That's dumb. You telling me you won't go to New York City in Christmas time?
I would, because I love New York City.
Who wouldn't?
There's a lot of people.
Okay. So we're gonna go to Las Vegas.
Yeah,
get our flyers. Get accosted by the flyer handler.
Well, I shouldn't say you're the only person. I know other people who don't like Las Vegas, but
I do not like Las Vegas.
There are people who love Las Vegas.
I'd rather pay.
If you don't like Vegas,
I'd rather pay.
Clearly, a lot of people who love Las Vegas, because people just go there all times of the year. It's 170 degrees outside. Oh, I get to go to Vegas.
It's 70 degrees in Sacramento on Christmas. Just do it at the Golden One Center.
Well, now that's what and they can make it up for not having the California Classic here. Make it up to us. Put the in-season tournament.
Everything doesn't need to be in Las Vegas. I'd rather pay $500 to fly to New York than go to Las Vegas for free.
It should.
There is literally nothing for me to do in Las Vegas.
Well, here we go. People aren't going to like this. LA would be a great place for it.
Yeah, LA would be fine. Yeah, LA would be fine if you're willing. Like, you'll be miserable there anytime you're not at the game. just trying to get, because traffic is terrible down there. Like the thing that drives me crazy about LA is there's no like sunsets nowhere near like LA Live. And LA Live is nowhere near the beach. Like all of the things that Los Angeles for, they're nowhere near each other. They can very literally take hours to get there.
Very true and very fair.
Slight stretch, but you know what I
mean.
You
advocate for New York City.
In New York City, you either get on the subway or you walk.
What? If I'm trying to get to Brooklyn, I get on the subway and walk?
Absolutely. It's taking 20 minutes on the subway.
Walk from Times Square to get to Brooklyn.
You can absolutely, I guarantee you I'm walking from Times Square to Brooklyn next month. It's like a couple mile walk. It ain't nothing. The furthest one is going to be
miles across the bridge. What you talking about?
The furthest one's going to be the South Bronx. That's the one where it's going to be like, that's all the way at the end. That's all the way at the end of Central Park. Well, got to go to 15 Sedgwick Avenue, 1520 Sedgwick Avenue. We'll go there during the day.
Yeah, New York is a fantastic place. I love New York City.
You can get it. Like if you, the problem with New York is if you don't know the subway system and you're relying on cabs or like that's difficult because then you are just dealing with traffic. You've got to know the subway system or you've got to be willing to walk. I don't really know the subway system. Like I know enough to where I could probably get by. Right. But if you know the subway system, man, you golden.
Yeah, well, you're flying in to New York, you're not gonna know the subway system.
Well, no, but you study it, like you look at it. Like it's not that difficult. Where am I going? Brooklyn. What line is that? Blue. Cool. I'm getting on the blue line, going to Brooklyn. It's easy.
LA. Let me say, I think LA's traffic's a little overrated.
You mean overblown?
Overblown.
Oh, that's cap. That's a fat ass lie.
It's not that bad.
No, that is a lie, dude. Stop repping LA, man. You're being silly. Bad. Stop doing this. Stop doing this.
No, it's not that bad.
Stop doing this.
Don't do this. It's not Atlanta. Atlanta is kind of miserable.
Oh, Atlanta's terrible. But no, don't do that. Like LA traffic is awful.
Don't do that.
Don't do that. LA traffic is awful. You really have, dude. You should be just start. Why don't you start singing again? I love LA.
I never sang.
That's how you started the week. Jesse, can we okay.
I never sang it. I stated something. I never sang
You stated it to the tune of the song. I guarantee you, I'm gonna get the clip of you saying you said
because I hate that song.
You said it in consecutive sentences. I love LA. I love it. And you, Jesse,
that had nothing to do with the song. It had nothing to do with the song.
Okay, what was that? What's today? What's today? Wednesday. That was Monday. We'll find it. We'll find it. We'll cut it. We'll play it.
It had nothing to do with the
Just
song.
gonna miss the crowd in the back going, "We love it." That's all we're gonna all gonna be missing from that.
Nothing's like Sacramento travel though. We were trying to get somewhere this past. It's the truth. We were trying to get somewhere Monday night. Yeah. And they're like, oh, do we gotta leave? It's 5 o'clock. Had to go downtown. It's like, that's nothing, man. We'll get downtown in 15 minutes. You can literally try to go to the Kings game.
It can be a
Elk Grove. If it's a 7 o'clock. No, Sacramento traffic is never a problem. When you try to go to the Kings game, if it's a 7 o'clock game, I can leave Elk Grove at 6:40 and be parked in the Golden One Center garage.
You're lying. No, you can't.
I've done it plenty
of
times.
There's no way. No, you're lying. Why are you lying to us today?
What are you
There's no way you can leave your house at 6:40 and get to the arena and park by 7. No, you did not.
What?
You could get off I-5 and still not. You could get off I-5 at 6:40.
6 o'clock, there's no traffic in Sacramento at 6:40. There's none. What?
Okay. All right, dude.
What?
On a game night, you're telling me you've gotten from Elk Grove to the Golden One Center and parked from 6:40 to 7.
Once again, not saying I'm in the arena because obviously I got to walk and all this other stuff, but I'm definitely in the garage by 7 o'clock, by before 7 o'clock.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's why I love Sacramento, because I can get anywhere I need to go without any traffic.
All right.
Anywhere I need to go. Only time there's traffic is, well, 99 gets kind of ugly sometimes, but even then, that's not that bad.
The Athletic says the tournament, the potential in-season tournament would include all 30 teams, with 8 teams qualifying for a single elimination format to crown the winner. The semifinals would reportedly be at a neutral site, and it could come as soon as the 2023-2024 season. Adam Silver said the success of the play-in tournament has certainly paved the way for the possibility of an in-season tournament. $1 million cash prize for each player on the winning team still seems to be kind of the incentive for this. I guess I'm fine with the idea. I'm still curious if we're sticking with 82 games. I think the NBA will like it. I think fans will like it. Obviously, it's extremely sponsorable, and it'll probably be thrown out the window forever once the Sacramento Kings win it. Okay, Kings won. Forget it. Just scratch this whole thing.
Or it might be.
They didn't cancel Summer League this year after the Kings won last year.
I was about to say it might be a situation where like they may cancel it like mid-season when it looks like the Kings are be the 9th seed. They'll be like, you know what, we don't really need this playing game. Just cancel it. That'll be our shot. Yeah. See, we're comfortably in the 9. Nah, we're just gonna go top 8 again. Go back to traditional.
And in an unprecedented move, the entire NBA Players Association has agreed with this. They've just decided to eliminate the play-in tournament. It's the greatest Western Conference we've ever seen. As the 8th seed is 50-32. Sacramento Kings are going to miss out at 49 and 33. Damn shame. Damn shame.
Nah. That just means we got to step our game up.
Yeah.
Step our game up, man. Get into that 7th spot, baby.
Adam Silver spoke at length yesterday and was also talking about his he doesn't necessarily like players requesting trades. And I know when I heard Adam say that, the first thing I thought of was, okay, that's interesting. You don't like players requesting trades, but we're probably not going to address teams that have the ability to trade players without any consultation between the player and the team. And as I thought about that a little bit more, I'll go ahead and hit the music, because I think I'm going to stall out Adam Silver a little bit. I think really what he was alluding to isn't necessarily, this is just my opinion. I think what Adam Silver was alluding to wasn't necessarily we don't want players requesting trades. I think what he was alluding to is we don't want players requesting trades publicly. He threw in a line about, there's always discussion about there's always discussion between teams and organizations and players and representatives and all of that stuff. And I think that's kind of what he was tiptoeing around without saying, yeah, we'd prefer, if you want to ask for a trade, that's fine. Just do it privately. Like don't do it so public. Like let Kevin Durant be traded out of the blue with everybody being surprised. I think if he thought he could get away with it, that's what he wanted to say, because he knows there's no way to get out of the players asking to be traded when organizations can trade players at any time.
Right. And take it a step further. I mean, to be honest with you, it's not necessarily Kevin Durant's fault. these snitching agents and other teams.
It's
to
everybody
start-
wanting to get leverage. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like Kevin Durant may have done this quietly behind closed doors, but once a rival team got it, or a rival agent got it, then start telling it to Shams, then and Woj, and now it's out here like this. So that's something that KD or any of these players don't have any control over. Hell, the thing with Donovan Mitchell was supposed to be on the Raps until rival teams said no,
Right.
he's available.
Someone got thirsty. Yep. Yeah. And I don't guarantee you. I'm telling you, it was Pat Riley. Pat Riley was like, "Oh, you're telling everyone Donovan's not. You're not talking to anybody about. Oh, okay. Adrian, hey, it's Pat. Yeah, that's Cap. Here, I'll tweet you exactly what. I'll text you exactly what to say in your tweet.
I was listening to Bill Simmons. That's why he had the trade value podcast and column and all this other stuff. And one of the categories I thought was pretty funny was like the tier of players. There's like 5 of them. They're like, look, we're listening. We can have discussions, but I swear if you tell Woj, we're denying it to the death.
That's funny. I mean, and Tony Jones, who covers, he's on the ground with the Utah Jazz.
He's in those Salt Lake City streets.
He be careful. Be careful, Tony. Be really, really careful. He hit us with the Jazz still have no intention. And the tough thing for Donovan too is because I was and we'll talk about this in a few minutes because this actually pertains. I think this pertains to Kyrie Irving too. It's not like Donovan didn't ask to be traded. No. To the best of our knowledge, at least the way it's being reported, Donovan Mitchell isn't Kevin Durant. Doesn't even sound like Kyrie Irving is Kevin Durant. The only person in all of these discussions who has actually requested a trade is Kevin Durant. I don't even think Rudy Gobert didn't ask to be traded. They just traded him. So Tony had to follow up with, the Donovan hasn't asked for a trade. And I think he hit us with it. To be clear, the Jazz do not intend to trade Donovan Mitchell.
Don't intend.
The Seahawks didn't intend to trade Russell Wilson.
That word again. Intent, either one.
The Sacramento Kings intend to build around Tyrese Halliburton and De'Aaron Fox.
Keep popping up.
That word intend is
people they think they slick.
It's the kiss of death.
They slick. We caught on to you now.
That intend team is an all-star squad though. Like Donovan, put Tyrese on there, Russell Wilson. There's a lot of intentions. I guess the Kings intended to sign DeMarcus Cousins to a max contract many years ago.
Yeah.
Boy, the kiss of death used to be, I want to play here my whole career.
Be gone right after.
Peja was gone before that sentence left his mouth. I want to be here for my entire. Wait, what? Oh, word.
Somebody gets.
I think Chris said the same thing.
Oh. Okay.
No.
Okay.
For real? Isn't that what DeMarcus said? For real? Oh, I love New Orleans. He was like Kenny Caraway talking about Los Angeles that day. I love New Orleans. Oh, man. That's tough. That is an iconic scene.
Man, that's crazy. That's crazy. The part of me, it takes me back to that moment.
They literally changed the timing of the All-Star game because of that moment.
I couldn't believe they did it too. Like, not change the timing, but I couldn't believe they traded him. I was like, they really traded him. Wow.
I remember that night, the rumor had started, and I think it came from Woj. And an individual who used to work for the Sacramento Kings and worked in the same building I had was traveling, and he was getting on a plane, and his final tweet was, don't bet on it. They're just rumors. He'll be a king. Consider the source. Gets on the plane, lands, the trade's final. A dark cloud has been lifted from the city of Sacramento. Oh, it's been so long. It's been so long. And the way I saw it, like, you coward little bitch. Like, you seriously did that after he was traded. Like, you didn't have the guts to do it before. You literally said question the source when it's Adrian Wojnarowski. And watching that transpire through the All-Star game was wild. DeMarcus out there playing. Dude is being traded as he's playing in the All-Star game. Like, that is such a wild moment. That changed everything. Yeah, you know what? I think we'll go ahead and we're going to change the trade deadline here a little bit and avoid moments like this where the PR guy has to snatch his player really quick and be like, hey, you're say nice things about New Orleans, man. You might be traded.
Right.
Oh, for real? Oh, man. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Change DeMarcus.
Because bring Cuz back, man. We talking about bringing IT back. Bring Cuz back, man. Anytime.
I mean, I think Cuz is with us.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Isn't Cuz a broadcaster now? I mean, I don't know where, but didn't he? He just did something broadcasting wise.
He does it too. I think he's still trying to hoop a little bit though too.
I hope so.
I think he's still trying to hoop, and you need to come back here one last season, man. Send him to a 2-year deal. Let's get it done.
I don't think DeMarcus is getting a 2-year deal. I'd be thrilled for him if he did. We'll come back. There's more. I mean, there's more trades to talk about. I do want to talk a little bit more about the Brooklyn stuff. Let's talk about Jimmy G. We got this alert of Jimmy G's been throwing down for a few weeks. What's that mean?
It's starting to pick up.
No, it's not. Business is not picking up. It doesn't mean anything. And if it does, I'm going to need you to tell me exactly what. Then I want to get back to the Brooklyn thing. We'll talk about these trades as well. We'll dive into Donovan Mitchell. We'll talk more about the Kings. We got James Ham joining us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. Much more ahead here with D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320.
Yeah. You guys are wild for your traffic takes here in Sacramento. I don't know what y'all do in Roseville and all this other stuff.
65
I tell you,
sucks, dude.
The one real bad situation that I can think of in Roseville is when you try to get on whatever freeway that is when you're going to the mall or Top Golf or whatever, because it goes to like 2 lanes real quick and then it goes. Yeah. Now that's nonsense.
That's a pain in the ass.
Out here in Elk Grove, I'm telling you, man. I get downtown. I get downtown in 15 minutes max. There's never any traffic. And now I live by the freeway, so that helps too. If I had to drive down Elk Grove Boulevard to get to 5, now that might be a little bit of an issue. That's Elk Grove Boulevard, especially the closer you get to 99. It makes no sense. But luckily, I'm nowhere around that stuff. I hop on the freeway, shoot down 5. There's never any traffic on 5. Get off. I'm good to go. 5 is always empty.
5.
Oh boy, that City Hall garage. Come on now. Can't beat that. I'll walk a couple blocks to the Golden One Center. Ain't nothing.
5 out of Natomas headed downtown could be a little frustrating sometimes.
Yeah, because when I
was trying to get to games at like 5:30.
There's a buildup when you get to the rail yards and Miller Park and all that other stuff. There's a buildup that way.
Yeah.
Oh,
Sean?
Sorry, brother.
Oh, man. Shoot. Tell Sean, hold on. We got him right after the break. I didn't even see him.
Rob Stars know what time it is. 20 minutes max. 20 minutes, there's probably like a little traffic. If it's 20 minutes, I'm thinking 12 to 15 minutes. Go on the speed limit.
That's not what this video shows me that Matt Brooks posted. He posted KC on I-5 trying to get to the game.
Oh, man. And John was in here talking about the drive from Roseville to Elk Grove being atrocious. He's Correct. And that has nothing to do with traffic. That is a long.
That's a long drive. Yeah, I'll be making that drive for you on Saturday.
Oh, my man.
I'll be there early. I might be there a little too early. I might have to drop. Oh, I can't drop it off. I'm gonna wake somebody up. I'll wake Reese up.
He got a game on Saturday. He got to be at the park at 9.
Oh, okay. Y'all will be up then.
We'll be up. Yeah. He
You might have to text me where at what park you're at then, because
okay,
it ain't gonna be that early.
No, I will do. Every time I go to one of the tournaments out there in Roseville, Rockland, I just think about when I get off. I don't know what freeway that is. But when I get by Scandia, I'm like, damn, I still
80.
got more freeway to go.
That's 80 at Madison. Yeah.
What the hell? I got a bunch of freeway to go.
Yeah.
Who fighting on Saturday? I don't even know who fighting. Let me think before. Oh, Danny Garcia fighting. Yeah, I'm watching Danny Garcia. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, the no hills that a lot of people who want to qualify for the Boston Marathon, they run the Sacramento Marathon because it's so flat and they can get their PRs here, and or they're not just their PRs but their qualification times.
Wow,
it is very insane. It's yeah, it's something. It's the training that's hard. Live on the Odyssey app, live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN13, wherever you are. We appreciate you so much for being with us. James Ham said to join us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour as we roll along here. Let's get to our man, Sean. Sean, we apologize. You've been waiting really for all eternity, and we've been doing nothing but talking. So, Sean, my bad. What's on your mind?
My brothers of another mother, man. You know it's good, bro. I was over there vibing to the traffic talk. And Casey, you out your mind, bro. I stay out here in Oak Grove, too. I don't know what kind of wings or teleportation device you got on, but it's at least 30 minutes to get downtown any time of day, bro.
You on the 5 side or the 99 side?
Oh, you know I'm on the 99 side.
That's your problem right there. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, 99 is nasty. I ain't got nothing crazy to say about 99. On the 5 side, you hop on 5, you hop on there, you get down on J Street, and like they said it in the chat, it's about 15 to 20 minutes max. I say 12 to 15 minutes.
I need to get my tax bracket up, man, so I can stay out there in West Oak Grove with you, brother.
Hey, we all need to get our tax brackets up to where Kenny is.
And the only person that flies in this city is Damien. He literally has like the Jetsons thing.
Nobody's buying this, Sean. Nobody's buying what he's saying. Come on now.
Hey, I buy you, man. You've been doing this thing for way too long, D-Lo. You Sacktown living legend. But that kind of takes me to my comments real quick, man. I got a comment on what you mentioned earlier about the defense from Fox and Sabonis and a deep cut question for you at the end. But so my thing is with Mike Brown now being the coach, I'm a lot less concerned about the defense from Fox and Sabonis because of what he was able to do with Curry and a kind of struggling Clay last year. The show drop, get all that help you can from Off Night, from Rashawn, from everybody else who's actually capable, and just let those dudes cook on offense. My brother said it earlier, man. We don't want De'Aaron trying too hard on defense because we need that offense. And Sabonis, we already know what he's good for on offense. So I think it's going to look a lot better this year from Mike. And my deep cut question for you, D-Lo, worst preparation for a radio show coworker, Willie Barcena or Ken Rudolph? Give it to me, man.
Oh man, boy, you always hit us with one. That's easy. That it's Willie. It's a 1,000% Willie Barcena, because Willie Barcena didn't do any show prep. The thing with Ken is Ken would prep. Like Ken would absolutely prep. Like he would. He'd watch game. He'd sometimes have to watch games at like 2 a.m. when he woke up before he went into Good Day Sacramento. But he was always prepared for what we were doing on the show. It's just, I never knew exactly what Ken was going to say. Like Ken sometimes would just say something out of the blue. Like, how Kenny would drop, this is random. And he'd go into something. Like Ken would do that, but there would be no warning. It would just out of nowhere. Like we used to do this like the bit was called like 3 the hard way. And it would be, it'd be like rapid fire questions, right? I'd have one, Ken have one, and we'd shoot each other notes before the show. Like, here's what I'm thinking. Here's what Jason's thinking. Here's what Ken's thinking. One day, Ken sends a question like, here's my 3 the hard way question. How difficult is it being a man in today's society? And I just decided in that moment, okay, this bit's over. Like, we're just never doing this bit again. And so no one responded to him. We just didn't respond at all. And he gets into the studio and I'm like, hey, we're just going to scrap the 3 the hard way thing and not do it anymore. And he had a reason that he wanted to ask it. Like, and I get it. It was just like, we're good. Like, just never mind. Never mind. It's cool.
Every time I hear about like,
apparently you can still hear this show if you look hard enough.
It's in these streets for now. Play what you owe, granddad. But when I hear you talk about like just saying stuff out of nowhere, now this is random. It always reminds me of a Wayne's Brothers episode where they were, I don't know, they were scheming or whatever, and Pops was acting like he was crazy, and he was just like saying random stuff, and he was like, "Hey, Michael Jackson is a Puerto Rican."
I remember that episode.
So every time I hear somebody say just anything random, I always want to be like, Michael Jackson is a Puerto Rican.
I remember that episode. Sean be hitting with some weird questions. Sean brought up Davey D and Willie Barcena.
Oh, man,
he been around
in the industry, and he's been in the industry for a minute.
Around.
Hey, this isn't random, but this is something I do want to say that I want to address before we get into what we're talking about next.
I don't even know what that is.
Brian Windhorst was on the Hoop Collective or whatever. Mark Spears was on there. They were talking about the Kings. They talked about the Kings a lot, and it was solid. They're
relevant.
They're very relevant.
You would say
very relevant. I'm telling you, they're relevant in these streets. But it was nice too. It was like it wasn't like goofy talk or slandering the Kings. They're like, oh, okay, there's some things going on. But then Windhorst kind of took it all to hell when he was like, said something to the effect of Mark Spears was like, they got the arena going on, and he goes, have you been there, Brian? And he goes, yeah, I've been to the Golden One Center. It's nice. It's really nice. It's not the Chase Center. Don't mistake that, but it's nice. I almost tell Brian shut the hell up while listening to my earphone.
Mark let that ride?
Mark let it ride. Because for whatever reason,
I haven't been to the Chase Center, to be fair. I still have
these
not seen
media people. Now I've been there in a media aspect. So you go through the halls, and you got the food area for the media. Very nice, good food, all this other stuff. Golden One Center does really good food too as well. But I can understand, I guess, why people in the media would go there and be super impressed with the Chase Center based on that stuff. Great spaces for you to do your work and everything like that. I can get it. No, Chase Center is not better than the Golden One Center.
Well, what I don't understand is like, what was the purpose in Brian even saying that? Like the question, have you been to the Golden One Center? No, Mark, I have not. Or yes, Mark, I have. It's not as good as the Chase. Like, no, that's not the question. The question is, have you been to the Golden One Center? It's like you say something nice about the Kings or about Sacramento, but you have to disparage it at the same time. Like you can't. It's like I'm gonna dip my toe in the water of being nice, but I've got to disparage them and just let them know, San Francisco's better.
Yeah. Chase Center is
if the Warriors were ass, would you have pointed out that the Chase Center is nice? Like if the Warriors are 9-73, do you feel the need to point out how nice the Chase Center is? No, like you're trying to kiss their ass. Like, come on,
I say all the time, they spent $1 billion on it. It's going to be nice, right? It's going to be nice. It's going to look fresh and all this other stuff. In reality, the Chase Center is an above average arena. There is nothing distinct about that place. There is nothing that you get in there and it's like, yo, I'm at somewhere special. There's no vibes in there.
It is vibeless. It is soulless. It is a soulless arena.
Mm-hmm. They got a championship there, though. So there's that.
Good for them. Speaking of championships, let me ask you a question. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento and Odyssey Station, driven by Lashers Elk Grove Dodge.
I know why Windhorst was on my mind, and whenever I want to hear what you got to say, but all right.
Well, no, go ahead. We're already talking about Wendy. We could just make this the Wendy hour. What is it?
Wendy per se, but Sean talked about defense, right? He talked about the Kings with defense and Mike Brown doing all this other stuff. And on that episode, Brian Windhorst was talking about Mike Brown, and he was just talking about the mentality of Mike Brown, and he took it back to like when he had LeBron, and he said he would go into a post game where the Cavs lost the game 84 to 80, whatever. The Cavs had 85, they gave up 87, and LeBron had a rough fourth quarter. They shot 2 of 16 in the fourth. They didn't score, and they'd be like, well, Mike Brown, like, what should you guys have done to pull out that victory? Like, you shot bad, turnovers, all this other stuff. And he's like, we should have gave up 83 points. Like that's his mentality, right? Not like, oh, offensively, we should have done more. It's always about being better on the defensive end. And I think that's what he's going to install in these guys, or at least attempt to, is our offense is going to be our offense, whether it's clicking or whether we're struggling. Our defense can't ever waver. And I think, and I'm excited to see that. I'm excited to see how that's going to resonate with this group, and what they can do is defensively, we always got to be on point. If we lose a game, we're going to look to what we could have done better on the defensive end. And I'm excited to see how that resonates with these guys.
Yeah, I think a lot of us are just looking for, what, and you said what resonates with these guys. I think a lot of us are looking to see what the reaction to a coach who we have heard is extremely detailed and diligent, not just on the defensive end, really on both sides of the ball, and his entire approach to coaching the game of basketball. I think now, for better or worse, a lot of us are going to be looking to the response of the players. And I'll just, unfortunately, I got to use De'Aaron as the example. There's no more excuse. There's like, what excuse would De'Aaron have? You have the best coach you've ever had in the professional ranks. You're certainly the most accomplished coach that you've ever had in the professional ranks. You have the best teammate that you've had in the professional ranks. And I think it's pretty clear. You have the best roster you've had in the professional ranks. Surround De'Aaron with this. Get De'Aaron that. Get a coach for De'Aaron who could do that. You've got all of that. Now it simply boils down to, how is he going to respond? How is he going to respond to Mike, of course? How is he going to respond to Mike Brown in coaching? But also, how is he going to respond to having an organization clearly bought into him? Because you mentioned this before the draft, and I think it was a fair criticism when talking about Jaden Ivey or other potential guards. And it's like, when are you gonna? You've invested money in De'Aaron Fox, but when are you really gonna invest the Sacramento Kings into De'Aaron Fox? And here we are, a month and a half later, where it's clear the Sacramento Kings have invested in De'Aaron Fox.
Right.
How is he going to respond to that?
Right. And we talked about it a number of different times. I think he realized it. He knows it as well. There's no more excuses. It's got to be production, individually and as a team. This is by far, in my opinion, the best team he's played with since he's been here in Sacramento. It's the team that's the most conducive to his skill set and helping him be better in a number of different ways. Got to get it done. Got to get it done. And I look at it as, we talked about it earlier, not necessarily the numbers. Like, now it's like, got to get it done Some people like, you got to average 25, 26. Not necessarily. You know, it could be 22 points a night. Could be the same 23 that he averaged last year. More assists, winning games. That's more so what I'm looking for. If that's the bare minimum of what it is, stat wise, but they're winning more games and everybody else is eating as a result of what he's creating out there, that's success to me. That's success. And I think he's capable of it. I think he's more than capable of it.
Well, we're a ways away. Things are actually going to get quiet for the first time. I think for the first time all offseason as it pertains to the Kings, things are going to start to quiet down here as Summer League winds down because, of course, Monty McNair, we're not done. Of course, there could be absolutely some more deals to make. We just referenced the 3 roster spots that are still available. But, you know, I think a lot of the moving and shaking is going to be happening in other parts of the league. How much validity is there to Donovan Mitchell being traded from the Utah Jazz? I think there's a lot. The Knicks and the Heat seem to be the leading contenders as the Knicks, I guess, are salivating at pairing Donovan Mitchell with Jalen Brunson. Okay. Cool.
Let's see what it do.
It's all right. I'm with it. And of course, there's the Kevin Durant situation. We'll get to Kyrie here in just a heartbeat. Let's go back to the phones here real quick, though. 916-349-1320. Let's get Dan in here. Dan, what's happening, man?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up, Dan?
Well, a couple things. I want to know how Kenny got a ring from the Golden State Warriors.
He's a champion. What you mean, Dan? He's a champion. Champions get rings, Dan.
Who'd you lift that off of?
Hey, no, the Warriors are a first-class organization. We have a business relationship, a first-class organization. I used to coach their summer league kid camps, and everybody who was involved with the Golden State Warriors got a ring. I don't know if they still do it that way, but they hit me up one time. They're like, "Hey, what size ring you wear?" I was like, what you asking me that for, Jeff? I don't know. He's like, yeah, they're giving championship rings to everybody. I was like, what? I was there like 4 weeks. And yeah, sure enough.
That's awesome. That's a cool story. I wanted to talk about Malik Monk in the starting lineup. I'd really like to see him start because one thing last year, you had Buddy and Terrence Davis coming off the bench, and I don't think 2 microwave scorers off the bench really work. At least it didn't last year. So that's where I'd rather have Malik starting and Terrence Davis coming off the bench. You know, that way they're not kind of competing for shots. Because you know, when Buddy was in there checking it up, Terrence Davis couldn't get a look. So.
Yeah,
it's a good point.
Yeah, that's a great point. The good old days when Buddy was chucking them up, man. We miss you, Buddy.
Take care, buddy, man. Do your thing in Indiana.
That
is a real good point.
It is. I understand the premise of Dan's point. I don't know that we need to make proclamations on who should start and who shouldn't. By the way, I mean, I want to see Terrence Davis on the roster this year. I think Terrence Davis being on the roster this year is still a bit of a question mark.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a giant question mark, but I still think it's a question mark.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
I don't know if the size of the question mark induces how big the question is, but I'm not like, you know, now that Holiday's gone, that it switches things up a little bit, and you know, Mo Harkless doesn't really factor into what happens with Terrence Davis, but I don't know. I get his point. I absolutely get his point, but
our guy Rich in Baton Rouge, or Rich from everywhere. I guess we should have made this clarification because Rich and others may only watch CBS. CBS Sports. And he says, wait, Buddy ain't in SAC?
That's right. Yeah.
No, Rich, he's not. He's been traded months ago.
And if someone could please relay this message to Avery Johnson and CBS Sports, that would be fantastic. Even if you just have to tag them on social media, just let them know. But Buddy, in fact, has not played in Sacramento for quite a while.
And you know what? Terrence brings up another good point about this too. Maybe a little unfair to Buddy, because all he did was stand in the corner.
That's what I heard.
That's all he was allowed to do.
I heard some.
Corner.
Never mind. I don't want to. I'm not doing it. Just all I'll say that is just if you didn't watch the Pacers, if you didn't watch the Summer League broadcast last night, please go search out Rick Carlisle's quotes.
Oh,
and that's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to divulge any more time to the Indiana Pacers. But my freaking goodness, they acquired the biggest game changer in the history of professional sports at the trade deadline last year.
Talking about zero?
I'm not talking about nobody. I'm just saying go seek out Rick Carlisle's quotes when you get the opportunity. Because I'm not talking about that dude anymore on the show. Wish the Pacers nothing but the best, like what they're building. But man, when Rick said, I heard Rick say it and thought I heard it wrong. Rewound it. It was like, wow. Rick's talking about all the free agents they signed, because you got to see it. Like you've got to. In any event, let's move along, because we just don't have to do that anymore. I think it's certainly an interesting training camp storyline is Malik Monk versus Kevin Huerter. I think they're both going to play a ton of minutes for the Sacramento Kings. I think they're both going to play very, very key roles for the Sacramento Kings. I know it matters to them who starts. It doesn't matter to me who starts. I like Dan's point about, Terrence Davis. Terrence Davis has some things to prove this year, by the way. I think he showed some signs. And I think, the main point or one of the main points that Dan had was, Terrence seemed to be at such a disadvantage at playing at the same time as Buddy Hield, and he played better when they were in different realms of the game. And one big loss we had last year was not seeing Terrence on the floor without Buddy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that's, I think to Dan's point, Monk and Terrence Davis they're different enough where if you were to have them in that situation coming off the bench, I think they'd figure it out. I think they'd be fine. And I also don't think that's necessarily why you would start Malik Monk. If that was the reason, we can't have him coming off the bench with Terrence Davis, then you might have the wrong player in general. You know what I'm saying? If that was the reasoning to starting him, I would start him because I think he's a good two guard in this league. He's explosive, and he can fill it up the way you would want your shooting guard too, along with playing next to De'Aaron Fox and having that familiar backcourt mate that he's had previously in his career. I think they'd be fine though if they went with Monk off the bench and sprinkled in Terrence Davis minutes. I think there'll be a lot of 3-guard sets. I think they'd be okay. I do.
Well, if there are more moves to be made, it'll be interesting to see if Terrence Davis is a problem. We all believe that Harrison Barnes is a part of them, and there's 3 roster spots available. Are we watching anyone in Summer League who will take over those roster spots? We already know Keon Ellis has a 2-way contract for the Kings. We know about Neemias Queta, and I think I just got an alert that James Ham did an article on Neemias Queta. We will talk about that coming up. Is it Nemi's birthday?
It is Nemi's birthday, man. Come on, man. Air horns for the young guy. 23 years old. Happy birthday, Nemi.
I like Neemias Queta, man. I do too. There's something there. Like there absolutely is something there with him. I hope he continues to work, grind, and develop a little bit. Before we went to Dan, and the phone lines are available for you, 916-349-1320. James isn't joining us for another 50 minutes, so if you want to take the floor, you're more than welcome. We were talking about mentioned Donovan Mitchell, teams looking to form, championship contenders and all of that. And it kind of circled back as we said, we just said, it feels like things might start to kind of like settle down and quiet down. There seems to be a prevailing thought that whatever is happening with Kevin Durant. I think it was even written in the New York Post today. There's an overwhelming belief around the organization that KD and Kyrie are actually going to start training camp with the Brooklyn Nets. What that necessarily means for them, what that necessarily means for the Brooklyn Nets remains to be seen. But this is something that could potentially play out a while. So as things calm down, there'll be speculation around, or quiet down, there'll be speculation around Kevin Durant, Donovan Mitchell, by default, Kyrie Irving, Russell Westbrook is going to be tied to a lot of this stuff. And I was going through some of the different teams in the league rosters, and this is without like fully building out a trade package for Kevin Durant. Trying to figure out who Kevin Durant realistically makes a title contender. Like a true NBA Finals title contender. And I'm going to need help with this because I ended it too. And again, I'm not talking about, I'm talking about real, like to the best of my knowledge, there's no discussions, there's no thought of Boston and KD, right? There's no, I mean, maybe there is, I doubt it, but maybe there is. I landed on 2. They're not even particularly insightful. Like they're rather obvious. I'll share those 2 with you. But really what I want to figure out is, does whatever happen with Kevin Durant, does whatever happen with Donovan Mitchell, does that truly swing the balance of power in either conference or with any particular team? So we'll have that coming up here when we return. Again, James Ham is going to join us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. We'll talk more about Kings. We haven't gotten any notes about anybody sitting out, so we'll continue to relay that information to you. Lots more ahead as D'Lo and KC roll along here on ESPN 1320. Show?
Nah.
Okay.
I see Dr. David. Charlo. I saw the Charlo. I wanna look at that a little bit more before I give my thoughts on it. I mean, my first thoughts are that's great. Can't wait for it. Okay. Hell yeah. I do. I think he'd get a kick out of it. Yeah. That'd be fire. That'd be fire. I'm just thinking about that today. I feel like it's like yes, I feel like I don't know why August 20th keeps coming up, but I don't think it's I'm not sure. Yeah, that'd be fire. Yeah, Dr. David, I think Mel gonna handle him. And Zoo is a good fighter. He's a good fighter. I like him. But like you said, I don't know if he has the experience. I don't know if he's ready for Mel. Mel, one of the best fighters in the world. Yeah, they for the last couple of years, they love each other. Like Tank in one of his fights, not the last one, I think one before that, he was supposed to wear Canelo's gloves. And Canelo's always saying he loves Tank. Yeah. And I think didn't it start by Canelo saying that he wouldn't beat Tank? No, Ryan said he wouldn't beat Triple G. And then I think Canelo said he needs to fight Tank or he wouldn't beat Tank or something like that. You know what was kind of funny yesterday? I don't even really like this guy. So that was kind of funny. That was a nice little dig. That was a nice little dig. That was a clever little dig right there. I think I like Canelo more than I like Triple G, but that was pretty funny. I like that rivalry, though. They don't like each other. I love it. It's 3 matches in the making, too. Like, I didn't ask for this match, but I'm big on the trilogies. The trilogies it's one of the things that makes boxing, and they got one right here. Real heat. Nah, yeah, Ryan say whatever, bro. Ryan just be talking. Here, since Damien's not here, I think you're talking about this, Nate. Rick Carlisle trading for Tyrese Halliburton, that changed everything for this franchise. Now you got free agents that want to come play for the Pacers because they want to play with Tyrese Halliburton, and that's a huge deal. Okay. That's my thought. Like, how do we? I didn't know. I didn't know, man. I didn't know that's how things were going down. I had no clue. We wish him all the best. Stephen Brown.
You saw that quote?
Yeah.
That's fucking crazy. It actually made me look like, wait a minute, what did I miss?
What did I do wrong?
I didn't miss anything. Man.
KD might be on his way there, to be honest with you.
If you believe everything you read, everything they're saying, KD headed to Indiana. Stilo and KC here on ESPN 1320. James Ham going to join us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. Kings basketball coming up later this evening as they'll be taking on the Oklahoma City Thunder, second to last scheduled summer league game. I had mentioned before the break, as we start to head into what will likely be the quietest part of the NBA season, with the idea that perhaps Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving, they're going to stay in Brooklyn. Mm-hmm. Not necessarily they're going to stay in Brooklyn, but this thing with Brooklyn is going to be dragged out, at least headed into training camp. Again, there's obviously nothing definitive about that. Brooklyn's slow playing this. Sean Marks is slow playing this. Maybe they're hoping Kevin Durant changes their mind. Kyrie Irving's like, what did I do? Like, I want to play in Brooklyn. I don't care whether Kevin Durant's here or not. We'll get to that line here in just a second. But
okay, Kyrie said, how did I get lumped in it?
Like, I didn't ask for a trade. I opted in. I'm ready to play for the Brooklyn Nets. Y'all out here trying to trade me. Again, I have some questions to the validity of that, but we'll get to that in a second. But I asked you meaning all of you, the question before the break. How many teams does Kevin Durant make a legitimate title contender? Now, obviously, when you do this, you have to factor in. What I tried to do is figure out the centerpiece of the trade and kind of leave it at that. Mm-hmm. Like, there's going to be a centerpiece, and then you'll have to lose some parts along the way. I'm sure draft picks are going to be a major part of this, but in terms of realistic landing spots in true championship contenders, I landed on 2.
I think I know what you're talking about. But who you got?
I got Phoenix and Toronto. Now, I don't know if Miami is legitimately in the mix for
that's what I was thinking of too.
I don't know. I mean, maybe they are. If they're in the mix for Donovan Mitchell, maybe they're in the mix for Kevin Durant, or at least they're attempting to be in the mix. I don't see Milwaukee playing a role in this, or Philly or Boston. I don't see Memphis. I mean, of course, Golden State is a title contender if they acquire Kevin Durant. That doesn't seem to be something. It's very possible and very easy for that trade to be pulled off. Whether both parties want that, that's an entirely different, situation. But outside of, I guess I'll throw the Warriors in there because I believe there is at least a little bit of validity to it. Right. I couldn't really get past that. Like, I don't know where else I look at it and go, oh, that's it. It works there. Like, it's reasonable.
I'm trying to think myself, and to be honest with you, I kind of agree with you where I probably wouldn't put the Warriors in there because I don't think that's realistic for anybody involved. But yeah, I mean, It's those two. I put Miami in there. Obviously, Miami would have to do something with the Nets, or somebody would have to do something with the whole Ben Simmons, Bam Adebayo thing, or what you'd be getting in return. But yeah, there's not more than three.
Bam Adebayo to Brooklyn, Ben Simmons to Sacramento.
That could happen. No, that really could happen.
Be the gig who I think it was Kevin who said, yeah, I think it was Kevin Fibbin. Let us be your third team. Let us be the third team in your deal. We got you.
What the hell is going on?
Jesse's going to the trade machine to try to make this all work out.
But I mean, when you talk about championship contender, it really is those two or three teams. And then the crazy thing is, do you think he probably would? Do you think if he went to Phoenix or Toronto, that they would have a better chance than what he had in Brooklyn?
Phoenix, yes.
Phoenix would be giving up. It'd probably be
Bridges.
Bridges.
Yeah, I actually centered everything around Bridges. I feel like they're fine getting rid of Ayton. I mean, we're rocking with Chris Paul, Devin Booker. The thought in my head, I didn't even think about DeAndre Ayton, to be honest with you. The thought in my head was Bridges was gone, and we're rocking with Chris Paul, Devin Booker, and Kevin Durant. And then you've got to bring back a lot of those. Is that better
than Kyrie, Ben Simmons, Seth Curry, Nick Claxton?
I don't know. I don't know what Ben Simmons offers to this conversation.
Understand.
Can I push? Can it be equally as good?
Sure.
I'll push.
Well, the answer would be no, because remember I said, is it better? So no.
I'll push.
No, it's not better.
I'm going to push. It's equal. Yeah, I mean,
Toronto.
But run down your Brooklyn lineup again.
KD,
I know Claxton, Seth, Kevin
KD,
Durant,
Kyrie,
Ben Simmons.
Seth.
So we're throwing Kyrie in this.
Yeah, because I'm talking about if nobody asked for a trade, if everything was coming back. Now maybe KD wants to leave because he knows come hell or high water, they're going to move Kyrie.
That's what I don't understand. Like even that team. Again, Ben Simmons is such a wild card in this, but even that team with Nick Claxton back for a couple of more years and Seth Curry, and that's a solid squad. Maybe he looks at it like we can't compete with Boston or we can't compete with Milwaukee or Miami. And I mean, maybe I don't know if Miami is more in on Donovan than they are Kevin Durant. Maybe that's the first domino to fall. Maybe Kevin Durant can settle into the idea of just play, because Kevin Durant got like 4 years on his contract. Like, has his extension even started?
I think it's the first year coming up. It feels like.
Man,
I meant to say something too when you talked about Miami being focused on Donovan. I'm putting just my thoughts out there right now. I think if he gets traded, he's going to the Knicks.
Okay.
I think the Knicks have a better trade package to offer.
Who's the centerpiece of that?
It's probably RJ Barrett, but they got $1 trillion picks.
Okay.
And
yeah, what did we?
Miami would be
got 3 next year. They have a ton of first round picks next year.
Yeah. And that aren't their own. They got their own too. So I think they got the picks. I think you throw RJ Barrett in there. Maybe one other piece. Maybe you throw Obi Toppin in there or something like that. And you compare that to Miami throwing whatever picks they have in, which we talk about this all the time with certain picks. Like Miami's picks, it's still a first round pick, but it's Miami. Like it's 25 or lower is what you're going to be looking at. And you combine that with Tyler Hero, Duncan Robinson. I don't know about that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Donovan Mitchell with the New York Knicks.
I also believe the Knicks are desperate enough to overpay or give everything they have to get a player like Donovan Mitchell.
So Utah is going to land 2 Rudy Gobert deals, Two massive hauls for their star
They're gonna
players.
be the new Thunder with all the picks they got.
Oh man, goodness gracious.
Yeah.
Okay.
So many places like where KD could realistically, or maybe not realistically, but could go. That would be great for him, and he just has no interest. Like I think Washington is just like that. Like I think him playing with the Wizards with Bradley Beal, Kyle Kuzma, maybe they have to give up Kyle. I don't know, but
again, yeah, who's the centerpiece of that deal with Washington? That's
probably the Johnny Davis, Kyle Kuzma. I don't know if that's enough, but and then your next 3 first
20
round
picks. Yeah. But that doesn't make Washington a title contender.
No.
So here's a question. Here's a question. The Knicks?
The Wizards.
No, I'm asking you. The Knicks, Kevin Durant. Instead of, if it wasn't Donovan and you centered the package around RJ Barrett and all of those picks going to Brooklyn instead, and he ain't even got to move. Like,
well, therein lies why it wouldn't happen.
Oh, again, and that's how I settled on just the 2 teams that I settled on, because I felt like some of these weren't realistic. But looking at, does that make New York a title contender?
Brunson
is
and
that Knicks
KD?
Team better than
Probably
Boston?
Probably not. No.
I just would love to know why Kevin Durant doesn't want to be in Brooklyn.
I have no idea.
Because it's definitely not winning. It's 100% not winning. What is it?
The only thing that kind of makes sense to me,
maybe he wants to play with Keegan Murray.
Well,
maybe KD knew all along.
We can make that happen for sure. He knew. He was the scout that had him as the number 2.
He was the one who told Mark Spears.
It was him all along.
The T-shirts were let's make the T-shirts right now. Kevin and Keegan. Sounds like a Nickelodeon show. Kevin and Keegan. Okay. Jesse made the trade work.
What
Jesse made it work. Trade machine alert. Kings get Ben Simmons. Heat get Kevin Durant. The Nets get Bam Adebayo, Tyler Hero, Harrison Barnes, and Rashawn Holmes.
It's not a bad
call
trade.
it in.
It's not a bad trade at all.
Let's call it in.
It's not a bad trade at all for everybody involved.
Still got Alex Lynn. So, but that's okay because Rashawn's gone, right. So that makes room. That's all right. That makes room for Neemias Queta now. Neemias Queta moves up. Alex Lynn moves up a slot, and then there we go. Why isn't this done already?
We want to go into the now. We just talked about it's my man's birthday. Yeah. We like him. We want to. We that ready to go into the season with Nemi as the backup big?
Well, he wouldn't be the backup big. Alex Lynn would be.
Oh, so you're okay with having Alex Lynn? I was just checking because.
Yeah, no, no. What I'm trying to do in trading Alex Lynn, God bless him, is to make room for Neemias Queta.
Gotcha.
If Rashawn is gone, Alex Lynn has to move up a slot, and my feeling would be Neemias Queta could eventually supplant him as Sabonis's backup. At the position we're at now, I think it's going to be a lot harder for Neemias Queta to take Alex Lynn's spot on the depth chart, just because of the way the contract works, the two-way contract works.
For sure.
And Rashawn, as long as Rashawn's on the roster, he's solidly in that role. So it's if you're not getting rid of Alex Lynn, and in this situation you're getting rid of Rashawn, and someone asked, do the Nets say no to that deal? Yeah, probably. There have to, like, what not included in the trade, there has to be picks involved, and they have to be able to build for the future.
In the trade machine, you're just doing the players, but
yeah,
I think both Phoenix or who be traded, Miami and the Kings would have to give up multiple first round picks.
Yeah. And they would lose. I think the tough part of that is for Brooklyn is Bam you'd have for a while. I think Tyler Hero you'd have for a while. Barnes is gone, so that'll free you up a little bit. And you have Rashawn for a few more years. So you're and maybe in Brooklyn's case, it's like, that's fine. We're not completely starting over.
Right.
we have a couple of pieces here that we can work with. We can use these draft picks to build around. Probably really Bam Adebayo, Tyler Hero, good ball player. We could use. We still have Seth here. A couple of pieces we have that could work. If they want to throw in Seth, that's fine too. We'll figure out a way to make all this work.
I mean, if they're demanding that we take them, okay.
What do you do with Seth though in that situation?
Figure it out.
Yeah, figure it out later.
Shoot.
Figure it out
Figure
later.
it out.
Yeah, that boy, good.
Yeah, I like Seth Curry. There was something else I was going to say regarding this KD Kyrie situation.
I mean, are we like if you're watching, if you're listening, YouTube, Twitch, like, is there who are we missing? Like the one. I couldn't figure out who the centerpiece of this deal was, which is why I didn't bring them up. Plus, I don't think it makes them title contenders. But Dallas.
Yeah, they don't have enough in return.
Like it doesn't, like I can't get it to stick. I can't get it to make sense. Utah's out.
This may not be realistic, but I'll throw them out there anyway. What do you think about New Orleans? New Orleans is probably the best scenario for Brooklyn. You could get Ingram back. They have a boatload of picks. Maybe you get one other player to go with them as well.
Zion, Kevin Durant, and CJ McCollum.
Mm-hmm.
And Herb. And Willie Green. Boy, Willie going to be shedding some tears if he lands Kevin Durant.
That was Damian, not me. That was Damian, not me.
Championship contender, though. Again, that's what we're talking about. Championship contender. Like, there was a time, this clearly isn't the case anymore. There was a time where anywhere LeBron James went, they were instantly a championship contender. I don't know if the last 2 years have soured that, particularly last year, but like, does wherever Kevin Durant go instantly make that team a championship contender? I'm not sure. I mean, New Orleans would certainly be interesting. If you put Kevin Durant on the Sacramento Kings, are the Kings a championship contender?
According to somebody, they are.
The phenom that is Keegan Murray. I mean, who's the centerpiece of that deal, though?
Harrison and Davion. That's all I'd want to give up. I don't even want to give up. So
I mean, it's probably Domas, isn't it? Isn't it Sabonis or it's De'Aaron? It's one of those two.
Yeah. And that's also the complexities of trading Kevin Durant and what they'd be asking back for, because if I'm Sacramento or maybe Phoenix can withstand it, maybe Miami, but like if I'm what I have to give up to get Kevin Durant, it'll just take me out of the running.
Right.
You know what I mean? I got to give up so much. I got to give up the future and the present to get Kevin Durant. Like you mentioned, there's only...
And you have to be sure it works.
Right.
Like you have to be positive it's going to work.
There's only one or two teams that can do that and still be top flight. Luckily, I mean, for the rest of the league, he's just not a free agent, because we all know if he was a free agent, where he'd go.
Phoenix?
No.
Where? Where? Golden State? What? I don't get it.
He go to the Hoosier State, baby. He go to Indiana. Free agent.
God, that's what I heard. All the free agents that want to play in Indiana now. I wanted to look this up. I probably didn't need to look it up. You probably remember it off the top of your head. Of course, this is like a 47,000 word think piece. Here it is. Shaquille O'Neal. I was trying to find like someone, like, because LeBron's never been traded. Signed and traded, but never like traded. Like I'm trying to find an equivalent to a Kevin Durant deal. And this looks kind of funny.
I would even before Shaq, I'd say Charles. Philly got nothing for Charles. That was so stupid.
Well, I mean, I'm looking at Shaq, Karam Butler, Kings legend Brian Grant, Lamar Odom,
Mhm.
and a 2006 first round pick that turned into Jordan Farmar, and a 2007, second round pick.
That's fair.
and so in hindsight, it looks funny. Like Lamar Odom was a
Funny how?
fine ball player. Huh?
That's fine. That deal is fine. Karan Butler, I think, was an all-star at the time, or just coming off an all-star season or two. Lamar Odom might have been the same. Like,
Yeah.
obviously, it's not Shaq, but it's
what I'm saying is looking at if you can take yourself back into that moment, like it's a fine deal. Looking at it now, that looks funny. Like Karan Butler's, he's an author and a coach, and he showed up on TV with a Carlos Boozer type Beijing. Brian Grant, I think, is more known for the illness battles that he had and all the great things he's doing there. Didn't Lamar Odom? Okay, we all know what happened with Lamar Odom.
Lamar Odom about to be in a boxing match.
Lamar Odom was this close to being in one of them clear caskets too.
This is true. Come on, LO. Get it
That
together.
was Shaq coming out of Los Angeles. That's what that deal was. 3 players, only one first round pick in that deal.
Right.
3 players, 1 first round pick and a second round pick.
Well, and then I think some of that
Shaq was averaging. Let me make sure I got this right. He was averaging 27 and 12 at the time.
That's crazy. The crazy thing about that though is, what did he do the year after? Because I don't want to say he fell off a cliff, but
He did fall off a cliff. He absolutely fell.
The year after, because wasn't it like 18 and 12 or something like that? I mean, that's great. That's what but he went from 27 to, I don't think he averaged 20 in Miami.
I think he did year 1, didn't he? And then Dwayne Wade took over. I'll find out. Don't worry. I'm efforting. I'm going to the computer. Nothing better than Googling stats here on a live program. Let's see. Miami, where are we at? I hate the way that they do
season
this.
he was good. He wasn't
22. No, he was 20. He was essentially 23 and 10.
okay. Really good.
20 and 9. Final half season.
That was
Yeah.
the year after that.
Yeah.
When they won the championship, that was
17 and 7.
Yeah.
And it was really, I don't want to say the second half. It was kind of the second half of that season where Dwayne Wade took over. And it's like, okay, this is Dwayne Wade's team now.
Yeah.
And then it was really the finals where Dwayne Wade won the NBA finals for them.
Speaking of, you see your boy Dwayne Wade?
So, yes. So, I saw the same thing. There's a video out there of course, Bleacher Report. Dwayne Wade wants to get Donovan Mitchell to Miami. So I think he was just blowing the kid off. That's what I think it was. Like, I don't even know if he even heard the kid, because he's signing the autograph and the kid goes, hey, D Wade, you gonna get Donovan Mitchell to Miami? And D Wade goes, yeah. And he signs a picture and keeps moving. I don't think he was paying attention to anything.
It's just like that.
So I thought the same thing you did when I saw it. Like, aren't you an owner of the Utah Jazz? But I don't even think he heard the dude.
Maybe D Wade is playing chess here, where if I create tampering, then I can't get it. Then he can't go to Miami. If I create some kind of legal mumbo jumbo here, and they're like, hey, what is D Wade doing? He's trying to recruit him to Miami, but he's the owner. Hey, tampering. Same way Paul George couldn't get to the Lakers due to Magic. I don't know. Looking out for D Wade, because I don't.
Yeah.
That was funny.
D Wade, you gonna get Donovan to Miami? Yeah. Come on. That's just that. I feel like that completely. I feel like that completely. Donovan Mitchell trying D Wade trying to get Donovan Mitchell to Miami. That completely misrepresented. He was blowing that kid off. He was signing the autograph and keeping it moving.
The only thing I'll say about that is, he was. I don't know. It wasn't like he was like. The timing was off with how he answered. Like he heard something and immediately responded. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird to just say yeah to just anything. D Wade, give me $500. Yeah.
Well, also you hate Dwayne Wade, so like you kind of do. Here,
skeptical of him. I don't hate him.
Let's.
I look at him out the corner of my eye.
All right. Let me. Here's the sound. I don't know why this sound is so hard to pause. Here it is. Judge for yourself.
You wait. You want to bring Donovan to Miami?
Yeah. Like, come on, man. He's just blowing. Like, come on. Like, what are we doing?
You wait. You want to bring Donovan to Miami?
Yeah. Leave me alone, kid.
Why is that so funny to me?
I don't know.
One more time. Just one more.
I closed it. Gosh dang it, Kenny.
Oh man.
Hang on. I gotta unmute it. It takes 20 minutes to do all of this. Stand by.
Yeah, I stick the
You want to bring Donovan to Miami?
Thanks, man. Like a kid just getting an autographed basketball from Dwayne Wade.
D Wade. Well, I always got to keep my eye open for that guy.
See that kid?
That's up his sleeve.
See, and if Donovan goes to Miami, that kid can say, "I did it. I got Donovan to Miami. D Wade told me."
Yeah.
We'll come back. James Ham's going to join us.
The guy D Wade, man, you can't trust him as far as you can throw him.
I don't think I can throw him very far, so it's probably pretty accurate. We'll come back. We'll talk Kings basketball when James Ham joins us next here on ESPN 1320.
Be right back. Yeah, pragmatic. That Charles Barkley trade was a travesty.
Is this the Suns?
Yeah.
All right. Why can't I spell the word? What? Hate. Red. Shared. Oh, that's why. Dummy. Okay, we're set now. Man, we good, baby. We good. Green drink. Cheers. I get greens 4. That's how I ride. Man, that's a good question, dude. I do not know. I worry about homie. Like, he has all the stars. He has all of the potential to be a star. Just can't seem to click, man. Oh, I didn't hear he wasn't healing properly. I didn't hear that. That's tough. These are from Pressed. I like getting them from Pressed just because I think the quality is good. They're inexpensive. If I lived closer to Vibe Health Bar, I'd get those instead because I think they're just significantly better juices. They're more expensive, like you have to pay for them, but like I actually like the Vibe Health Bar ones. I don't mind drinking those. Like I enjoy them. These, I hate drinking these. Like I have to work to get these down. I don't enjoy them at all. Do you think the Kings get at least one national TV game this year? That's a good question worth bringing back. My answer, no. I don't think so. Well, yeah, maybe. Maybe Mike Brown gives us a little bit of love. Maybe like a Warriors Kings 10:30 Eastern start or something. Yeah, no, yeah, NBA games don't count. Yeah, I go one. Maybe we'll make that a poll question tomorrow. I go one, maybe one. You think Kenny comes back before I have to bring us back from commercial? That should be the question. Even when I'm, oh, boo. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, good point. Good point. He could an ESPN game. He could do. He could do it. Like he could get to work for the mothership and call the game for the Kings. Hell, maybe NBC Sports California could just get Doris for tonight, and it wouldn't air on both. It would just air on ESPN. Yeah, that's a good call. Good call. I don't see any snacks. Doesn't look like it. Oh, there they are. Came back with cookies.
I was trying to get some strawberries, but they had gone bad. So
nobody. This is not the NFL. That is absolutely not the case. Yeah, but yeah, it could work. That could work. Yes, Doug is still on the coaching staff. Yep, absolutely. There you go. Kings and Pacers. Shoot, the Pacers probably will get a Christmas Day game the way people are talking about them. A question came up during the commercial break. We'll ask James Ham this too when he joins us in a couple of minutes. Do you think the Kings get a nationally televised game this year?
Yes, I do. I think they'll get a TNT game.
No, I think they'll get an ESPN game. If they get one, I think, and this is someone I think almost half jokingly mentioned this, because Mark could do it.
Yeah,
like Mark does it. So it's like and then you could have a tie-in with Mike Brown. Like my first thought was a 10:30 Eastern start with the Kings and the Warriors. Yeah, you got the Mike Brown tie-in right there. You got Mark Jones on the call. Like there's a lot of different things that could work right there.
On the low, this really doesn't get publicized too much when it comes to national TV games and stuff like that. But because I don't think they really make a huge deal out of it. But the NBA will flex or add a game on a national TV. Usually it's a little later, like after the Super Bowl. The ESPN
Did the Lakers
Sunday
get
games.
thrown off of national TV last year?
No, they never get thrown off of national
really?
TV. Yeah.
I thought
They
there
might
was a
have
game.
like a Wednesday game or something like that. But TNT usually stays the same. The Lakers got like 2 Saturday primetime games still. So yeah, it takes a lot to take them off of national TV. But they'll add some national TV games. And I know it doesn't feel this way. We always kind of look down at them because it's not TNT or ESPN. NBA TV is a national televised game.
No, that doesn't count.
What do you mean it don't count?
Well, because you have to pay extra for NBA TV. It costs us how many hundreds of dollars to get that league pass every year? You don't even get NBA TV free with that.
Well,
and NBA TV isn't on my Hulu package, so I have to get it through that League Pass app.
Yeah, I'm still coming from the non-cord cutting premise.
You're still paying extra for NBA TV. You just don't know it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm paying like a $5.
So it's not national TV.
So is a game on NFL Network? Is that national TV?
Nope.
Well,
It's a standalone game. It's a standalone game. That's all
The
it is.
Amazon Prime games that's not national.
I don't even know
TV
what you call. I don't even know what to call an Amazon Prime game. I don't know what to call these games that air on streaming service. Like, what do you call? Like, there was a time where that one of those London games, or probably more than one. You open it'd be on Yahoo. Like, if Yahoo was your homepage, it'd be the Titans and the Jaguars at 7:30 from London.
No, that's where it should always be.
I don't know what to call that.
I asked the question the other day. Maybe you could help me answer. Is the AFC South ever not going to be dreadful? Like, I can't ever imagine one. Oh, I want to see Texans versus Colts. No, the whole division.
Not anytime soon.
I mean, and that's not even an indictment on the players, because the Titans last year were a Super Bowl contender. They got Derrick Henry. There's individuals there that, you know, the guy before everything happened. Before everything happened, people would love to see him play. The player. Like, no, nobody's checking for that on a Sunday night game, on a Monday night game. They have like the least heritage in the NFL, that whole division.
I mean, losing. They lost Andrew Luck in that division.
There's just no
Jacksonville
vibes.
Still like
when you see those teams on your television screen, there's no vibes.
So
no history, no nothing.
Boy, that Jacksonville quarterback really got a pass last year, didn't he?
A lot of people have been talking about that.
Man, I get it. His doofus coach was the focal point of that organization period. He was the focal point of that organization. So I don't know though. Like, we really just kind of glossed past this number 1 overall pick and definitive guy for like 4 years having not even a marginal rookie season.
Yeah. Nobody.
No, that division stinks. That division's terrible.
I'm tired of that. I'm tired of that division.
Your boy could be in that division.
Who?
I mean, Mike Florio was like, yo, what? Like, wait a minute. Why couldn't Jimmy land with the Texans?
Yeah. That could be a good spot for him. And they probably get to start. Well, they like, what's his name? Mills. What's the guy?
Davis?
Brandon Mills. Davis Mills.
Is it Davis Mills?
Yeah, they like him.
General Mills.
And people were really people were hyping him up before the Niners game last year. And he like beat the Chargers, put like 50 on their head. People were hyping him up.
I remember
and then the Niners beat him. And it's the Texans. They don't even have anybody. Oh, okay. Now I ain't nobody, man. All right, man. See,
they
the
do
more you
like
hang
him,
around
though.
me, the more you hang around me, you see how they be doing the Niners, man. They be doing them dirty, man. They really do. It's okay, though.
Okay. Sorry, Jesse sent us something that really confused me. Like I'm Ron Burgundy. Like, my attention goes to 50 places, and when I see Jesse send something in all caps, I'm like, oh God, what is happening? Well, nothing is happening. It's just it's something for me and me alone. I can't. What?
Speaking of Ron Burgundy, did you see our president about a week ago?
Oh, you're going to have to be more specific, because our president has been Ron Burgundying things for a while.
Did you see when he read the teleprompter?
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
Oh, man. Come on. What are we doing out here?
Maybe he's suffering from falling off the bike, dude. I don't know. This is rough.
That's what I thought about when I saw that was Ron Burgundy.
Like, we're in such bad shape, dude. This is just so bad. This is so bad.
Oh man, this really happened.
You're listening.
Oh, go ahead. No, do that.
You're listening to ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app. That's new. That's what Jesse was sending to me. That's
right.
I didn't even have a chance to read it through. I just had to read it. I see we're shuffling words around here a little bit. You were saying?
No, I was gonna say we went around all that to say, I guess according to Damien, NBA TV is not a national television.
I don't
game.
consider that a nationally televised game, no.
I think they will get one. I agree with you. Could be a ESPN joint.
I feel like ESPN just makes sense because you can utilize Mark Jones. And I am very aware of how cheap ESPN is, the television network.
Mm-hmm.
I'll let you know about the radio station in a couple of weeks. But I know the television. Oh, we can get Mark to do. We ain't even got to fly him in.
Mark thought he had a day off.
Mark, we're going to need you to hold it down for us.
I was talking to Mark one time before the game last year. We were down before the game. He was telling me,
You want to take your shoe shopping?
I wish that boy's shoe game is crazy.
He's shopping stores we can't get into.
I looked down. I said, Mark, you got spikes on your shoes, big dog. That's how you doing it? He's like, well, it's the only way to do it. You know, Mark, he's so smooth, man. But he was talking about how they had him running crazy. He went like 11 days straight calling the game.
In the middle of the summer. In the middle of the summer. Yeah, my man working.
I think I'm gonna say it right now. I think the Kings get 3 national TV games.
Oh, stop that. You serious?
Mm-hmm. I think they get 3. And
3?
I think some of it has been helped by the way Keegan is playing. You might get like a rookie type matchup.
Kenny.
I know. It's
3?
crazy. I get it.
Well, one would obviously be against the Pacers because everybody wants to see, Tyrese shred the Sacramento Kings.
Let's make that happen.
And all of the free agents that Tyrese brought in.
More this keeps happening. People keep talking about. I'm like, all right.
He didn't do anything. I tried to leave this alone. Apparently, you brought it up during a commercial break.
Well,
I'd left it alone. But God, the narrative out of Indiana regarding that player is amazing. Rick Carlisle had me scrambling to see what the Pacers did this offseason. I was like, man, what did I miss? I am not doing our show justice. I'm doing our audience terrible. And I'm looking and looking and looking. What the hell is Rick Carlisle talking about?
I'm telling you, that team, they better be in the playoffs next year. The way people are talking. They better be in the playoffs next year.
They better be the number 1 seed in the playoffs next year.
But
Goodness,
put that on national TV.
They ain't getting 3. They ain't getting put it on Christmas Day.
Bring it here to go.
They ain't getting three. But okay, to be clear, are you? Because I didn't. Are you counting NBA TV?
No, I'm not.
So you're saying 3 on ESPN or TNT?
Yeah, I'm saying 3, and I'm saying
crazy.
They'll get. I think there's a real possibility for the Tyrese Halliburton game. Real possibility. But I'm going to say that Kings Warriors idea that you talked about, that type of game.
Yeah.
And I think you get a Keegan versus Ivy, Banchero.
That'd be good, Detroit.
Something like that.
So I think there's a couple of things.
At least one more. I don't know.
You could get
ambitious. At least one more, though.
No, what do you mean? You just said 3.
No, I said 3. That's only 2.
You said Warriors? You didn't say Tyrese. You don't think the Pacers?
Yeah, I'm not counting that as like
Tyrese's return to Sacramento.
That's what it should be. If they know what they're doing, if they follow the league, that's what it should be. Because maybe we're the only ones paying attention. There's clearly real heat there. There's about as real of heat between Tyrese and Sacramento as there is anywhere in the NBA right now. There's real heat.
Well, that trade changed everything for this franchise. Now we get free agents that want to come play for the Pacers because they want to come play with Tyrese Halliburton, and that's a huge deal.
Will they sign this free agent this offseason?
Who'd they sign this free agency?
I don't know. I don't know if I don't know quite. I don't quite know how to answer that.
Hey, ask me again. Ask me again.
Will they sign this free agent period?
Is that honestly? I don't know. Is that a trick question? Like,
Bro, I don't know.
Oh man,
It's a wild world we live in, man.
Yeah, I want that on national TV. I want that on TV.
Well, let's bring James Ham. He's on our version of national TV. James, do you know who the Indiana Pacers have signed in this free agent period? The stars, the juggernauts that have wanted to go to Indiana?
No,
Okay.
that list doesn't exist.
Oh, okay. Don't tell anyone that, though. Don't tell anybody.
We want to come play in Indiana.
Actually, I saw something that said that if they signed DeAndre Ayton, he would be the biggest free agent signing in their history.
Yeah, and that's I'm not going to turn my nose up at that either because I like DeAndre Ayton, so I'll keep the same energy. That'd be a big if that works out for them. I think that's a good signing for them. And obviously, DeAndre only wants to go there to play with Tyrese Halliburton.
Facts.
Clearly, yeah.
Even James
crazy. He could have just been drafted by the Phoenix Suns, Halliburton, that is, and just played there. You know?
How come there is not more criticism for teams that passed on Tyrese Halliburton in the draft, given he seems to be the point guard of the new generation?
There's not enough backlash there.
James is like, how the hell are we talking about Tyrese? Let's move on. Let's not.
Well, but we'll explain. And I want to hear what James has to say. We came with that because we were trying to figure out how many national TV games the Kings might get this year. Obviously, smart money's probably on 0. I got ambitious. I said 3.
Which is insane. And I said 1, and it's a game that Mark Jones would call for ESPN against maybe the Warriors or something.
Okay, so I don't consider ESPN games national televised games, and neither does the league.
Wait, what? Really?
I don't think. NBA TV and ESPN games can be televised by the local broadcast team as well. The only ones that can't are TNT.
Well, I mean, you're right about that.
That's so I don't really consider them.
That ESPN's still national TV though.
I guess, yeah. I mean, so you could say NBA TV is still national TV too.
I ain't saying that. That's silly. That's silly.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure that I would consider ESPN still a nationally televised. I mean, just like league wide, I don't think they consider that a full-fledged national television game.
I'm going with 3 though. I say they get one of the Kings Warriors ones, that a game like that where Mark Jones has to call it on ESPN. I think because of everything that's gone on in these summer leagues, I think they get a rookie type showdown with Keegan Murray versus somebody. I think that happens.
That's possible. We could also see like a Kings Memphis Grizzlies game where they do Ja versus De'Aaron Fox.
I love that too. I love that.
I don't hate that. I'm just blown away by this whole what is a national TV game and what isn't. NBA TV, I completely understand though. That's not national TV. That's damn near League Pass at this point. Let's bring you in to another question we were talking about earlier. And this goes, you reported over the weekend, diving into some of the photos that were posted, Matthew Dellavedova working out for the Sacramento Kings. You mentioned Quinn Cook. I always forget the third person, Kenny.
Oh, Shabazz Muhammad.
Shabazz Muhammad, thank you.
Yeah.
What is the reason it can't be Isaiah Thomas?
That's a good question. I don't think there is a reason. You know, if you need a third point guard, I think the problem that you would have with Isaiah is he's going to want a bigger role. He's used to a bigger role when he has been given opportunities. Maybe I'm wrong. But I'd also say the current guys, they're like 2 front offices removed from Isaiah Thomas. So maybe they don't even really know how much he was thought of and well liked and all that stuff here in Sacramento. I mean, I like it. I like him a lot as a player that could help out this team. But at the same time, if he's not willing to take on, sitting 30 games out of 82, maybe more, and just playing, when you need someone to fill in or you need a boost because you're getting thumped, that kind of deal, I could see it being an issue.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I think that has a lot to do with whoever would accept that role, understanding and being realistic with what that role entails. Do you agree with myself and Damien that Isaiah Thomas is better than any of those three guys?
Well,
like say he accepts like the role of what it is.
Yeah,
I feel like he's a better option than all three of those guys.
I think we get to a point when it comes to these things where we say, hey, we talked about this, a couple of times. Is he better or is he a better fit? And I'm not sure that I think the fit would be strange. I think that would be the biggest issue. I don't think whether or not he's sort of like, can he play still? Yeah, I think he can still play. But whether he still fits with what's happening here in Sacramento, I think would be a bigger issue. And would he be willing to take on the role? And maybe he is now. Maybe he is willing to do that.
And that's the thing. I feel like he would.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like because what else are you going to do? I mean, he's 33 years old. At some point, he's not going to. I mean, at this point, he doesn't even have a role in the league, and I can't figure out why he can't stick with the team. But if the situation is you have this opportunity here in Sacramento, or you just don't have an opportunity at all, it feels like I wonder if it's more on the Kings than it is on Isaiah. But again, I have no idea.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I mean, look, Isaiah was so incredible during relocation. I mean, he showed up at city council meetings. He's a fan favorite. He's a good dude. I know there's reputation things around the league, which I've never gotten with him. Like, I spent plenty of time with him in his first 2 years in the league, and I thought he was absolutely spectacular to work with the media. He didn't take crap from anybody, if that makes sense. Like, within that locker room, he held his own, and he was a big voice in that locker room. And when he did speak, he spoke the truth and was straightforward. I always liked him, having him around, and I think he actually, if he was willing to take on really like a mentorship role and stuff like that. The problem that you have is that he has had a series of injuries. He's had hip issues, he's had hip surgeries, and he's a guy that like his margin for error was so slim. Not only is he not very big, but he wasn't the quickest, he wasn't the fastest. His arms, like his height to wingspan isn't good. So whatever he did on the court, it was because he had just this little margin of error and he took advantage of it. He sat there on the edge at all times. And I think there is a possibility that edge is kind of gone. And then it becomes very, very difficult to sort of keep up and to score and to be the player he was before.
The other thing about this is kind of like when we brought this up earlier, like, why wouldn't they sign Isaiah Thomas? His defense, and he's too small. He doesn't play defense. All this other stuff. How big of a issue is that for your third point guard? Like you said, this is a guy that ideally he might not play for 10, 11 games. You know what I mean? Like I don't understand how, if he's better than those guys offensively, that the fact that he's not as good defensively would deter, and like you mentioned before, all things considered, everybody's accepting of the role and everything like that. Why the fact that he's not shut down defensively would keep you from signing him as your third guard?
Yeah, I mean, if he's supposed to come in and just be a spark plug and just fire away, that's one thing.
Mm-hmm.
But again, that's a role that has to be carved out. I always thought that the issue wasn't so much Isaiah as it was teams around the league. There's very few teams that had sort of the runway to just hand their team over to a guy, because that's the type of player he is. Like, if you're going to have him on your roster, you kind of have to say, like, if you're starting, then it's Isaiah's team. This is, it's kind of like Iverson. It's kind of like Kyrie, it's kind of like Chris Paul. When you hand it over to them, it's like, okay, you're going to run the show. Well, when he became available and he was coming off of injuries, there just wasn't really a team that could still take on a player that was like that, a high volume, sort of low efficiency, although he has been pretty efficient throughout his career. But, that style of player. And to be honest, it's really like if Jimmer could have walked into the league and tried to be like Isaiah and just like stepped in and said, look, this is my show, I'm taking it, then Jimmer could have had the same opportunity that Isaiah did, but Jimmer tried to fit in too much. And so he never worked out at all, but it was because he didn't have that same personality when he got to the NBA. At the college level he did, but at the pro level it was like, okay, let me try to fit in. And Isaiah figured out very quickly, while you're trying to fit in, I'm just going to steal your job and score 20 points a game. And, so like you have to have a team that's you're okay just handing it over to him. And at this point, again, it's too late now for that. But 5 years ago, it doesn't seem like it was too late, and there just wasn't a team that had that opportunity.
Let's we can get away from Isaiah. It was just something we were discussing.
Yeah, it's interesting discussion.
Yeah, we all like Isaiah Thomas, and I can't figure out why my man isn't in the league, even in a reduced role. And if that's what the Kings are looking for, I'd rather have someone like Isaiah Thomas than, Matthew Dellavedova. No knock on Matthew Dellavedova at all. But of the 3 roster spots that are available, do you think any of them will go to a player that we are watching here in Summer League?
I don't think so. If it does, it would be Neemias. It would be Keita. That would be the only way that I could see it. And even still, that's got to make sense. Like, I know that there are a lot of people out there. I just wrote about Neemias Keita today. I know there are a lot of people just so excited about what they're seeing. And you should be excited. He's growing. He's totally changed his body. Give him another year. Give him another year of learning and training with a professional staff and tightening up his core. And you're going to see this kid just keep getting better and better. At least that's what it looks like to me.
Me and Kenny. Me as the person who's really excited about what he's seeing, and then you being along the same line of Kenny and give him one more year. Well, try both of us to a T.
Even if it's half a year, I think that would be fine too. But the problem is that you still have Rashawn Holmes on the roster. You still have Alex Len on the roster. And while you don't have to love Alex Len, you still should respect what Alex Len brings to the court. He is tough. He is a rim protector. He is a veteran that knows how to play the game. And while I think there are a lot of things that Neemias does a lot better than Alex Len, there's still something to being a veteran and still having a guy under contract and all that stuff. As far as like the rest of the guys, I don't think there's anyone that's just stood out. Again, like I've had moments with Matt Coleman where I thought, okay, maybe they should extend something here to Matt Coleman. But then he steps out of bounds twice in a row in the middle of an opponent's run, just inexplicably making mistakes, and he's forced a bunch of balls, and sometimes he dances around and does some things that I don't think that make a lot of sense. But that doesn't mean that I don't think that there are some players here. I like Sean McDermott. I like what is it O'Connell has done. Like these guys. I don't know if you want to bring him. You probably have to bring McDermott to training camp, but I'm not sure that, one of these guys just stands out that you've got to have and that will be a difference maker. But they'd be nice to have in your organization and working them through the G League and having them as backups in case you need it.
I like McDermott. I'd love to see him get an opportunity in training camp, like you talked about. And then also you talked about Alex Len, and I just feel like we need to say this because me and Damien, we agree with this. Alex Len, when he did play last year, it wasn't bad. Like he didn't play bad. I didn't think it was like, oh, you got to get him off the court. He's fine. It's just more so about some of the things we see from Keita and what Keita can bring to you moving forward. Like we see what Alex Len is. We wonder if Keita is that and could possibly be more than seeing him out there on the court. And that's why that always comes up. But Alex Len, I think I can speak for Damien there. I don't really have a problem with anything we saw from Alex Len when he was on the floor.
Yeah, he had moments where he was okay, and then other moments where it's like, oh boy, what's happening here? He has a tendency to get rusty really quick. That's something, we saw 2 years ago that it took him forever to recover from COVID. I think it took him a while to recover from COVID again this year. He just, he's so big, and when he gets out of shape a little bit, it really does take him a lot to get back to the baseline. I like what Keita brings to the game a lot more than I like what Alex Len does at this point. And the problem that you have is that you owe Alex Len $4 million and he's still on the roster. Where Keita is a two-way player, he's going to make $502,000. He's available for 50 games. He can't play in the playoffs unless you clear a roster spot. I still think there's a lot they can do with Keita in the future. And the things that I like about Keita, he knows how to, run the pick and roll. He's absolutely tremendous as a screen setter. He's a good rebounder. He needs to be better. He's a very good shot blocker. He still needs to get better. And the way he gets better is by getting himself in better shape. So I think we're seeing the beginning of Keita, where we're seeing the end of some of these other players. But the biggest issue that you're still going to have is whether it's Keita or it's Len, how are you going to get either one of those guys any minutes barring injury? Right. Because you've already got, 34 to 36 minutes a night tied up in Domantas Sabonis, and then you have Richaun Holmes on the roster as well. If Richaun Holmes is no longer on this roster, Keita's opportunity changes super quick. He becomes part of the rotation, and if not, it's him and Len, and you're going to play who makes more sense on each given night. So I definitely think there is room for Keita to actually get an opportunity here. Mm-hmm. It has to happen with Richaun Holmes, who's under contract for 3 more years. That's a problem.
Let me ask you this real quick, Damian, James. Do you think there's a possibility, because you said, and I tend to agree with you, I don't think anybody that we've seen in Summer League outside of Keita is going to get one of those 3 roster spots. Do you think there's a possibility that they're saving those spots for deals that could be coming forward and having to take back players or contracts or something like that?
Yeah, okay, so the way the NBA works is during the offseason, you can have up to 20 guys on your roster. Mm-hmm. And I believe that 2 of those are your two-way players. So you can go up to 18 players, and then you cut back to 15 for the start of the regular season. Now, you don't have to walk into the season with 15. Having an open roster spot is one of the most valuable things you can possibly have in the NBA. Mm-hmm. The Kings have things like a $4 million trade exception for the Tyrese Halliburton trade, right? Mm-hmm. They can actually pull in a $2.5 million player and a second-round pick or 2 second-round picks from a team, and then just cut the player and keep a roster spot open. There are ways that they can help themselves by having one open roster spot. Having 2 open roster spots, that's not typical. It's, you usually have teams with 14, either 14 or 15 men on the roster. The minimum is 13. You have to have 13 guys on the roster. So the Kings have to at least sign 1 more player. And again, they already have Keita locked up. So they could convert Keita to a regular roster spot, open up a 2-way spot, and then bring in a guy like McDermott on the 2-way. Something like that might be something that makes sense. But, they do have some ways that they can actually collect more assets. And that's kind of what you're looking for with your roster spots at this point. Unless there is some monumental trade that comes along and you need to do a 3 for 1 or a 4 for 2 type deal, which could always pop up and happen. But, I'm not going to... These guys, they're working hard and they're trying to reinvent the roster continuously. I'm just not sure that there's going to be anything that breaks until we start seeing, the Donovan Mitchells, the Kevin Durant's, Kyrie Irving's traded. And then once that happens, whether the Kings can be part of those deals, that could actually play out and they could use some of those roster spots as well.
Keita on the main roster only makes sense to me if Alex Len is gone. Or Richaun. One of them has to be gone. It doesn't make sense to move to me as Keita up unless Summer League concludes and you don't want to lose one of these players on this squad, Matt Coleman or Alex O'Connor, whoever, and you want to sign them to a 2-way contract. But you still have things to figure out. Moving to me as Keita up to the main roster, just to save like a two-way spot. That to me, it doesn't make sense. And I really like Keita, but I only like Keita if Alex Lynn isn't here or if Rashawn Holmes isn't here and he's clearly in that third guard spot. Other than that, I'll ride with you two and just let him continue to cook in Stockton and be ready. Like, I mean, at worst, Alex Lynn's contract expires next year, and you have a player who could step into that role regardless of what happens with Rashawn.
Well, that and I mean, we could get to the deadline and Alex Lynn could be out of the rotation and could say, "Hey, do you guys mind waiving me at the deadline?" And the Kings could waive him and take a buyout, a little bit less money, let him go play somewhere else, and then move Keita up at that point, or just give Keita a bunch of run because you got up to 50 games you can play him in. So there are a lot of things you can do. The two-way, when they bump the two-way up to it's basically half of a rookie scale contract, and the rookie scale is at like 101 something, 1,000,000.005 or something. So that's why we're getting this figure that he's going to make $502,000. That's pretty good money. I mean, we're talking about a college kid who was a second-round pick, and not everybody gets that kind of money. I think the Kings also, I'll just point out that I think even what we saw with Hardy when they traded the 37th pick in this year's draft, they really kind of burned themselves the first draft that they had when they drafted Halliburton, but they also drafted Jamias and Robert Woodard. And then for some reason they gave both of those guys 2-year deals, and Woodard's contract even had some guaranteed money in year 3. And for second-round picks, they both got really, really good contracts. I'm not even sure what was happening there. Like, I think Woodard got like a 3-year, $4.5 million. He started at 1.5. Yeah, so and then what happened at the trade deadline last year, they couldn't include those two in a trade, so they waived both of them. They bit the bullet and just lost the money, even on Woodard's guaranteed money for next year, for this coming season, which was minimal. But still, like, the way that they handled that is they wasted 2 roster spots. And so I kind of feel like at this point, they're a little gun shy to do the same thing again, to bump Keita up when they don't have to go sign a guy like Hardy when they don't have to. They like the flexibility and the ability to bring in a couple of veterans and say, hey, let's see what this guy's got. Emmanuel Mudiay last year, let's see what he's got for 5 games. And if he's not good enough, we can just waive him and move on to the next guy. So I think there is a little bit of that going on here. But also they are waiting for the big move, something miraculous to happen that will change the franchise. And that's a good way. Hiding Neemias Queta, even if it's for the summer on a 2-way contract, they can bump that up at any point. They can go to him and say, hey, let's lock you in on a 3-year, $4.5 million or whatever the deal is. Like, they could easily lock him up under contract at some point during the season.
Yeah, that's absolutely the move to make, to not rush to do something with Keita. They were dead wrong for not keeping Jalen Hardy though. Dead wrong. I don't know what. No, I wish I would have been in the war room. I would have been like, Monty, listen to me on this one. Just hold on to that. Do whatever the case may be. But they bounced back very fine. Getting my man Malik Monk, getting Herter, and salvaging this offseason because I was ready to give him that Redfin pass code after draft night. But I agree with you, James, with keeping the roster spots open. To me, it's clearly to prepare for a bigger move and to take on, I don't know if salary would, they obviously have to take on the salary, but it's more so the roster spots to fill that up with at least 2 of those 3 spots coming from who they'd be getting back in some potential deal. That's my guess.
Yeah, it definitely makes sense to keep your roster flexibility right now. Again, you can go up to 20. So they not only can they bring in 3 more players, but at this point I think they can bring in 6. So, I mean, they can really crank it up. They can also, like, via trade, you can take in players. There's a lot of ways that you can take in players right now. But once you get closer to the start of the season, you have a better idea what's happening. You get to the trade deadline, you have a better idea what's happening. That's when you can start converting guys and start doing stuff. And I'll also point out, like we harp on him for the Hardy situation, but Hardy could be very similar to a Jemiah situation where you're waiting for something to happen that doesn't seem to happen. and you just don't know. Where Keon Ellis, they went out and got, and he was undrafted, and they kind of filled that spot using Keon Ellis as a two-way, where you knew if you drafted Hardy at 37, you're probably going to have to give him a regular season roster. When you pick up Keon Ellis as a two-way player, that's totally different. And you can waive two-way players at any time and go pick up a different two-way player. And so the two-way is very intriguing. But, again, they found a young piece in Keon Ellis, they thought, after the draft. And to be honest with you, at this point, I think it's proven out. Keon Ellis is a ball player.
I like Keon, yeah.
Yeah, he's a ball player. So, yeah, I like him as well.
He's one of the bright spots for sure in the summer league. While, of course, all attention has been on Keegan Murray. James, how many people did you talk to in the draft process that said, James, it's Keegan Murray, kid. I've got him slotted here at number 2. He is the second best player that I think is coming out of this draft.
None. Not at all.
See James like feverishly shaking his head like ridiculousness.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, I had heard that there like rumors that Shaden Sharp could be a guy that could go all the way up into the top 2. That Jaden Ivey could go all the way up in the top 2. We never heard Keegan's name. And like, again, people are very hyped, and they should be hyped. He's playing really, really well. And I'll keep pointing to the things that I like that he's doing, and that is he's fearless. He's shooting shots that this team begged Harrison Barnes to take the last 2 years, and just he wouldn't do it. So he's taking all those shots. He's calling for the ball. He hit the big shot, but more than the big shot, it's how many plays has he like slid down like to the right corner and sat there and called for the ball. As soon as the ball hits his hands, it's in the air and in the bottom of the net. Like, those are the things that are really, really interesting. And I talked about it beforehand, that his block shots, they're not really transferable. He's going to block shots, but it's not going to be the 1.9 per game. He's got 2 blocks so far in Summer League total between California Classic and Las Vegas. Like, those things aren't super transferable. We've seen him score in the post a couple of times, but he's not going to get those opportunities like he did in college. We're seeing his usage drop right down to where it should be, probably 22 to 24%. That's where he should be. At the college level, he was at 30%. Saying all of that, he's shown leadership. He's rebounded really well. He's shown a higher level of passing skills than I thought. The biggest thing I think is he's made adjustments on the fly. Like, people can argue with me all they want, but in the first quarter against Paolo Banchero, he looked completely overmatched. He looked shaky at times. And then he adjusted, and he was ready to roll, and he was really good. And I thought by the end of that game, he was the best player on the floor. These are things that are transferable, where a player is showing you that he can grow inside of a game, where a player is showing you the skill set that he has that is completely, like, you can see him standing in a corner and De'Aaron Fox firing it to him and him hitting a wide open shot. You can see him playing off of Sabonis. These are things that I think people should get excited about. Now, am I changing what I think he can be as a player? Maybe a little bit. I thought, he might cap out around 18 points a game at, the height of his career. Maybe I see like 21, 22 points per game, in 1 or 2 seasons or 3 or 4 seasons, if he really like hits it. But he's a guy who takes advantage of the opportunity. And I think that's such a rare thing that you see. And, we're watching Cam Thomas run out there, and I love Cam Thomas, but he's just a mad chucker. Well, that's not what Keegan Murray is. Everything he's done is within the flow. That's what you should be excited about.
We'll come back. We'll talk more about Keegan Murray. We'll talk more about his transferable skill set. And we'll talk more with James Ham when we return here on D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. Clear.
When Camilo Duvall cut his hair?
I don't know, but James Mike sounds fine.
Yeah, I don't hear no difference.
I don't know what. Like, I checked YouTube, like all of the level. Like, James sounds absolutely fine.
Yeah, was that early? I don't know. I had somebody complaining on the pod that I breathe into the mic too much, so I put a filter on just to make sure that, and a lot of it is because I'm still struggling with like swallowing and things like that from the COVID. Yeah. Anyway.
No, I can see all of the James levels here. They're fine. Jesse says it's fine on the radio. It was fine on YouTube.
Cool.
You guys need to upgrade your iPads on Amazon Prime Amazon Prime Day before it runs out. Go get you a new iPad. Did you guys buy anything on Amazon Prime? James, you buy any tools?
I haven't yet.
Prime Day. I keep looking. You really, really want to buy something. There's absolutely nothing I need to buy. Nothing at all.
I'm spending entirely too much money on July. Too much money in July to be looking at anything.
And my concern is I'm spending way too much money in August. I don't want to buy anything in July.
You know what I really want to buy is the standalone ice maker. So,
yeah.
Yeah, my bar, I don't have. I mean, I've got a refrigerator with a little freezer in it where I keep like my big giant ice cubes. But it would be nice to have like continuous ice here because I have to carry ice down when I mix drinks. And then when we do go out on the boat, it's nice to have a secondary machine that can make ice. And
I'm looking at one right now. 429 makes 3 pounds of ice.
But there's smaller ones that are only $100 or $90 on sale, or 170 that makes like 45 pounds of ice in a day. Yeah, that's nice.
Goodness gracious.
Saves you money quick, man, instead of going and getting ice at the grocery store all the time.
I almost
$3.
No, ice is now like $6, and instead of 20-pound bags, now they're 16-pound bags.
Are smaller. Yeah, I will say
Yeah,
that.
they're just messing with us. Instead of a 7-pound bag, they're 5-pound bags, and they're $3.50. Yeah.
I almost paid an extra $800 for the refrigerator that makes craft ice.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't do it because it was like, what am I doing? This is $800 more for craft ice. Then it was like $800. Then it was like an extra $1,000 if I wanted the one that had the little clear window and you could turn the light on. I think don't you have one of those?
No, I don't. But that's exactly what I wanted. It was another $800. Not for the clear window, but for the camera in the refrigerator, so I can click on the screen and it'll bring up the picture.
Just open the refrigerator door.
I know.
We have the refrigerator
settled on.
You can open the outside door and leave the refrigerator closed.
Yeah.
And get to stuff through the back door.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the one. That's the one right there. We got that. But man, I really wanted the screen. Like,
I didn't do it.
No touch screen. Let me.
Like, what am I doing?
Let me write my grocery notes on here.
Yeah. I can watch TV here on my refrigerator. It has a Hulu thing. Like, what am I going to do with this? Silliness.
Mine definitely has internet, but it does not have a TV. People are always like, "Why is your refrigerator have internet?" And I'm like, "No, you can adjust it via the internet." So. Yeah.
Oh,
and
man.
Mine broke and was broke for 2 months. I did finally get it fixed.
That's tough.
That's tough. Yeah, that's brutal. That is brutal.
Come on, man.
Ramsey's a wild dude, man.
That's funny.
We're coming back. Live on the Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube, live on Twitter as well. Wherever you are, we appreciate you so much for being with us. 1320 Kings insider and creator of the Kings Beat, James Ham, here with us as the Sacramento Kings will play their likely second to last Summer League game tonight against the Oklahoma City Thunder. How many more times do you think we see Keegan Murray play?
I think it depends. If they win tonight, okay, so the way that this tournament works is the top 2 teams record-wise, and then there's some random tiebreakers. The top 2 teams play for the championship. There's a 4th game, which the Kings are scheduled to play, I think, against Phoenix And then there is a fifth game that will basically just be like a reshuffle and a random thing. So they will get a fifth game whether they're in the championship or not. So there will be another one this weekend, I believe. And they're not eliminated. There's only one team that I saw as of last night that was 2-0. And everyone else is either 2-1 or 1-1 or they've lost, And so the Kings still have a shot to make it up.
Get those rings.
Yeah, they do still have a shot. But that's the only way that I think we should see Keegan Murray. I mean, we've seen too many players get hurt already. And I'm surprised we're seeing Keita. I mean, Keita had a calf injury. Unless that's cramps, I don't get it. Like, it must have just been cramps in his calf, and
don't even play with that though.
Yeah, because if not, like, why would you risk him like tweaking that thing and being out for 6 weeks, leading up to training camp, and you just lose all that time to really build momentum towards camp? So yeah, I like what we're seeing there, and I would just be very cautious.
And to be honest with you, James, look, I'm gonna be locked in. I'm gonna be watching, and I want to see Keegan. I want to see him play all the time. There's a big part of me that's like, we've seen enough. Let's not forget that this is summer league, and I don't even care if they are still, eligible for a championship. Let the other guys win the championship. I don't know if I need to see Keegan Murray out there.
If he plays one more game, which he is going to play today, I think he'll be an all summer league selection. And maybe that's what they're trying for, just to get him some notoriety going and sort of, see, we told you he's better than we thought, and all of you people thought.
Well, they thought he was the number 2 pick in the draft, James. I don't know what you're talking about. They say, yo, this is the guy. Apparently, it was behind Paolo Banchero, despite the fact that everybody had Jabari Smith at number 1 all the way up until the draft actually started.
Right.
Yeah.
Someone texted us earlier, Keegan Murray is so good, they're rewriting history already.
Yes, the revisionist history, that always happens. Yeah, it's interesting, right? I mean, I'll tell you, like, Vlade's told me to my face, no questions asked, that if they had the number 1 pick, they would have drafted Marvin Bagley in the 2018 NBA draft.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they were drafting Marvin no matter what. Like, that's how confident they were in his ability. They liked him better than Ayton. So we've always seen, like, the picture where I think it's Gabe Vincent signing a contract at Vlade's desk, and right there is a little scribble on,
the
notes. Yeah. And did I ever tell you guys I was at media day, and I looked up, and Vlade was up in his office, and he looks down and he waves at me, and I wave back to him. And then he grabs a marker and he goes over to the giant whiteboard on there, and he starts writing trade ideas. And he looks down at me like pointing at it, and laughed and waved. He always had he's such a good natured guy. Like his sense of humor is amazing. So yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Great ideas.
I love Vlade. I hope we get to the point where we can forget all this. Then he can just come back.
We already need to be there. Like the fact that
I feel that way.
The fact that some folks on Twitter were in their feelings over, the Kings aren't masters of optics here. Like what? Like Vlade's sitting at a freaking summer league game. Like, what do you think is happening?
Right.
What do you think is transpiring with Vlade and Monty and Mike Brown and Vivek Ranadive and Curtis Jackson? Like, give me a break. just let them live. Let them live.
Yeah, at some point, I hope Vlade is able to be embraced as the great player he was in Sacramento, and people forget about this idea, which I guarantee wasn't even his, to become the GM, and certainly when he took the job, it was with the idea that they were going to bring in others, and then they really slow played that early on in his career. He had Ken Catanella that first year, and then they brought on Peja, but like having an experienced person in the front office didn't happen until his second summer when they brought in Scott Perry. Like, it's one thing to give a guy a job that at that point wasn't qualified for the job. It's a whole other thing to give him that job and then skimp on all of the things around him and not really give him the tools to actually succeed in the job and just make him a guy who makes the final decision. They botched that thing a couple of times over early on. And so, like, again, he's such a good guy. I hope he does get that moment where fans just kind of accept who he is and what he is, and you know, embrace him for the lovable guy he is.
Is there a shorter tenured front office Kings member than Scott Perry?
No.
Like it was
3 months.
Yeah, I was gonna say weeks. I was like, I know it was short. 3 months. That's amazing.
It's a bummer too, because Scott is such an interesting guy in the league. He's someone that everyone knows and everyone respects. He's a little bit like Alvin Gentry, but like on the front office side, although Alvin is now on the front office side. But a lot like that, where he just knows everyone and can have conversations. He's good with agents. He's good with other front office members. Everyone likes him. And when they brought him in, he was able to really like teach a master's course. And he even he told us like, hey, I made mistakes when I was in Orlando, and we really sort of blocked out the media and tried to ignore the media, and I'm not going to do that this time around. So I ended up going out to lunch with him like in his first 2 weeks. We went out to lunch and hung out and got to know each other. That was something he wanted to build relationships and make sure that he was taking care of everybody, local media, like of course national media as well. But that, you know, he got it. That's one thing. And they really did miss when they replaced him with Brandon Williams, who didn't get it. And so, yeah, it's just really a contrast in styles and a very poor contrast.
Yeah. James, I mentioned it earlier in the show. We're on the brink of seeing quite possibly the greatest summer league season in Kings history, individually, with what Keegan Murray is doing. I think in Vegas, he's averaging 21 and a half and maybe 6 rebounds. All together, you combine in the California Classic, he's like at 20.7 or something, maybe 7 boards. The previous high was Tyreke Evans, from everything that I could find. Tyreke Evans averaged like 19.3, 6 rebounds, 5 assists, something like that. Does this mean anything to you?
I mean, I think what it means is that he's a good player. Like, that's what we've noticed. Like, you're watching him play, and you shouldn't get so overhyped and just go crazy and expect him to average 21 point something his rookie season. But you should be excited because everything about him is just, it's professional. It's like high level, and it's fun to watch. You know, he's just a really, really good basketball player with an opportunity to potentially be great. And, you know, like the talent wise, you can still see where, you know, some of the players above him have just higher end talent, but that doesn't mean they're going to be better players. You know, some of the most talented players in the league, either, you know, by hook or by crook, like ran themselves out of the league. I mean, Rashawn McCann's still a guy who like averaged 15 points a game and then couldn't find a job as like a 24-year-old because he just, you know, again, Shabazz Muhammad, we've talked about him here. He hasn't played since 2018, and he was a lottery pick, and he's still only 29 years old. Like, there are guys that just don't figure it out, and that's, I think, what you see with Keegan. He's going to figure it out really quickly, and if he has bad shooting nights, it doesn't mean it's going to be a disaster. And his bad shooting nights aren't going to look like Buddy Hield shooting nights where, you know, it's a 1 for 16 and he shot you out of the game single-handedly. He starts doing other things when he's struggling with the shot. You know, the one really horrible night that he had at the Cal Classic, they won. You know, that's something because he pulled back, said, okay, I'm not hitting anything. So as opposed to going 1 for 13 from 3, I'll go 1 for 7 and just kind of bite the bullet and say, hey, I don't have it tonight, and try to do the other things to make my teammates better. And so, yeah, I just think that there's a high level of thought process that we're watching with this kid, and I think he's got a lot of potential. He's going to be a really good player.
You were talking about the transferable portion of his game a few minutes ago, James, and you referenced his usage rate. And I want to ask you to define that a little bit clearer. You talked about him being at this usage rate here that he's been in the California Classic and Summer League, and how you think that's a better fit for him than what he was in college, how that's transferable, because I'm assuming, you tell me if I'm wrong, because he's going to be on the floor with guys like De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis, and what he's doing. The thing that I love most about Summer League for Keegan Murray is what he's doing feels like he's doing it in the flow of the game. And whether it's Keon Ellis and Neemias Queta out there, or it's De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis out there, he can still stay in the flow of the game. And I don't think there are many times here in Summer League where he's really stepped outside of himself. I don't think there's any times at all where he's really forced things either. Like we talked about Paolo Banchero. Paolo has openly admitted, I want to prove everybody, why I was the number one pick. I want to show you why I was the number one pick. And you can see him force things every once in a while. He's looked phenomenal, but you could see him force things a little bit before he was shut down. With Keegan, I've never gotten that feeling, which makes me feel like when you change the personnel around him, not a ton is going to change with his game. He's still going to play within himself.
Well, actually, to be honest with you, it's only going to get easier. I think that's one of the good things. You're right. Like when you increase the talent level around him, he's going to do the same things, but he's going to have an extra foot or two of space to do every single one of those things, because the attention that Sabonis and Fox draw are crazy, but so is what Kevin Huerter. You have to defend Kevin Huerter on the perimeter. You got to be all the way up on him. The same thing with Malik Monk. Malik Monk is a creator. There's all of these pieces around him that are so much better than the players that he's playing with on the Summer League roster. And so he's being able to, put up big numbers and play within himself and really like put on a show at Las Vegas.
Oh no, it's happened again.
Oh,
don't say anything, because if he comes back in like 10 seconds, it's going to throw him off. Just wait. Oh, that out there internet has gotten us again. James is frozen.
Damn.
We've got to unthaw James Ham. These are issues that will not leave us when we go into the new studio. James will probably be with us in the building, like during the season, especially during when there's a Kings game. He can come through and hang out with us. But I always love leaving James on the screen though too, for those that are watching on Twitter and YouTube. I don't ever want to make it feel like James has left us. He's there. He's frozen. It's like James Ham's like Encino Man right now.
That's phenomenal knowledge by you right there. Encino Man.
Brendan Fraser. Brendan Fraser, like
man, coming through the wave.
Wow.
The charred, thawed out iceberg man.
Wow. You did the whole bit. Brendan Fraser's like a power forward. Isn't he like 6'9" or 6'10"?
I don't know if he's that tall, but he's tall. I don't know. You would know better than I would, but
I would not.
He's tall.
Well, while we're waiting for James to reconnect and finish his deep thoughts on Brendan Fraser. All right, here we go. We'll bring James Ham back, and we'll. Oh no way! Is this right? Oh, I was way off.
Damn.
I thought Brendan Fraser was like 6'8". Brendan Fraser is 6'2".
He's 6'8" with shoes on.
Why did I think Brendan Fraser was 6'8"? I mean, he's pretty tall, especially for an actor. Like he's 6'2", but we James, you froze. Encino Man, Brendan Fraser reference. Brendan Fraser's tall. That's how we got here.
Okay, I'm with you. Yeah, that actually, for the first time, that wasn't the internet. My MacBook just decided it was going to reset. Like,
that's cool. Yeah,
that was a full-fledged, like, what in the world just happened? Right in the middle of, like, telling you how Keegan Murray all of his skill set is just completely translatable, and he's only going to get better when there are better players around him.
I can't wait for next year for Mike Brown to sit in at Summer League and go, free agents want to come to Sacramento because of Keegan Murray. Like, he is a game changer for this franchise. I can't wait for Mike Brown to to be sitting between Mark and Doris next year. Yeah,
all while the Kings get 0 free agents.
Yeah, all while no one signs with the Sacramento. Not that that's happened at all recently. Not at all. Just I can't wait for that to happen with the Kings as well.
Well, I mean, I've said it that like Vlade Divac is the best free agent the Kings have ever signed, and like number 2 on the list is probably, Rashawn Holmes. Like maybe there's someone else out there.
And don't get it twisted. Rashawn Holmes, production-wise, is up there, 2 or 3. But as far as like when you signed him, the cachet of the player that you were signing, Rashawn Holmes was a month after free agent started.
I think if Rashawn was signed this year, he wouldn't even have been signed yet. Like he was signed so late in free, or it felt like it was so late in free agency.
It wasn't as late as you think, but when he did actually sign, that became, again, one of those NBA things where you have to sign specific order. You have to do things in a specific order. So, yeah, he actually did sign earlier. Like, it wasn't one of the first things that happened. But, yeah, he wasn't just a complete afterthought. I don't know. I mean, if the Kings could find another Rashawn Holmes right now, like in that value of player on the free agent market, that would be stunning, and it could change everything.
Well, Isaiah Thomas.
There you go.
I'm joking before people lose their minds. I do agree with what some people were saying in the chat, and I kind of feel like I might have said this when it happened. Might be Malik Monk. Might be the second best, like at the time, free agent signing.
I'm seriously trying to figure out who it is. Like I mean, because Vince doesn't count. Like I don't know who it is.
Maybe Zebo. Zebo was
still good.
Actually, it was probably George Hill. It was probably George Hill, like numbers wise, might be the best that they've ever brought in. And people brought up Sharif Abdul-Rahim. Sharif had a lot of very good seasons, but there was an issue with his knee. He went to Brooklyn. Well, actually, it wasn't even Brooklyn. It was New Jersey at the time. And they failed him on his physical after signing him. And then the Kings were able to scoop him up. And then he ended up retiring early because of the knee. Yeah.
Well, I did do this exercise, matter of fact. And by the way, Giants walk-off win over the Diamondbacks, thank God. I think Monk is in the consideration as far as all things considered. Because remember, we talked about the age of the player, the season he's coming off of, where he's at in his career. And it was Monk, Hill. Hill was like 29 years old. Darren Collison was about where Malik Monk is, maybe a little less. But you know who was kind of sneaky up in there was Aaron Aflalo.
Yeah, Aflalo.
Aaron Aflalo came off like a 16-point points per game season. He was like 25 or something like that when he signed. Or when he signed.
He's a little older than that.
Maybe about 28 or 29 or something.
Yeah, I think he's 28, yeah, he was a guy who loved to work out. I'm not sure that he loved the game of basketball as much as he loved to work out. Yeah. So he was a which way to the gym guy. Hey, which way is the gym? Like, yeah, we got you.
I think Rashawn Holmes signed 12 days into free agency in 2018.
Officially?
So I said, I think, James. I'm using Wikipedia as a source that says July 16th, 2019, Holmes signed a year contract worth $10 million. Free agency that season started July 4th.
And technically, we are 12 days into free agency. Who the Kings sign now?
Who's the third man?
Who the hell? What the hell is going on?
And whose side is he on? James Ham is on our side. You can check out James Ham on the Kings Beat. Kingsbeat.com. Subscribe to the Kings Beat newsletter. He wrote a piece today on the birthday boy, Neemias Queta. Go check that out. We got Kings basketball coming up a little bit over an hour from now. Of course, we will be back tomorrow to recap all of it. So if you missed any part of today's show, if you're on YouTube, Twitch, you could just catch up at your leisure. Scroll back, do whatever. But subscribe to the podcast. Remember the rule of Dealing with KC. Jesse doesn't eat.
Come on, man.
Unless you download the podcast. And if you got an extra split second, hit the 5-star review. If you got an extra 30 seconds, leave a rating. It's really that quick. It doesn't take that long. If you're on Apple, Spotify, they both take ratings. If you're on the Odyssey platform, just become a subscriber. And whatever you do, make sure that you are back here with us tomorrow at noon with Tilo and KC on ESPN 1320.
I love Sacramento.
Yeah, we ain't buying it. He said you're just pandering at this point. Oh, man.
What year was it he signed?
19.
Okay.
I was trying to find like when the story broke, but couldn't.
July 2nd.
No way.
No.
No
Yeah,
way.
July 2nd, 2019, I wrote a story, Holmes a King.
The hell?
Wait a minute.
Yeah. It was on day 2. Yep, it was day 2 of free agency. Again, the reason why he couldn't sign until the 16th was because they had cap space that they used to sign Dedmon. What was Dedmon?
Trevor Ariza.
Trevor, and then one more. Who's the
Edmund, Trevor Ariza. I don't remember.
Yeah, that's the year that they went and they had 3 big signings. Boom, boom, boom. And it was like, holy cow! Because Ariza was the 3rd, Holmes was the 4th guy that they signed. Corey Joseph. Corey Joseph.
Oh, okay.
Corey Joseph, I think, was the 1st, followed by Dedmon, followed by Ariza, followed by Holmes. Boom, 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 and then day 2. But they actually had to have all of those other guys clear their physicals and sign, and then they couldn't even introduce Rashawn at the press conference. They had to wait because they might have even had a trade that they were finishing that had to be done before they could actually use the biannual exception. Yeah. Interesting. But it was July. I wrote it on July 2nd. Because I write all of my articles in Google Drive, and I have them all just sitting in there. But, it's hard to find it.
Shout out to Google Drive.
Okay. Well, forget it. I don't care anyways. It didn't feel like that at the time. It felt like it was way, way after. But
yeah, that was a good offseason. That's one of the most aggressive, big-time off-seasons. Although, like, Ariza, like, right away had child custody issues and was, like, completely out to lunch. So, Benjamin, can the Kings get Ben Simmons? Look, I don't know if anyone saw that huge trade that Bobby Marks, like, threw out there. That, hey, why don't these 4 teams do this, this, and this? I think it was Suns, Utah, Brooklyn, and Atlanta. I think that's who it was. Maybe I'm wrong about Atlanta. Yeah, I think that the Kings could easily get in on a trade like that and be a team that gives up, again, Harrison Barnes, Rashawn Holmes, and a first-round pick for Simmons, so someone isn't taking on 3 years of Ben Simmons when they think they're going to be bad. Oh, it was the Knicks. It was I believe it was the Kevin Durant going to Phoenix, Mikal Bridges going to Brooklyn. I don't know. Donovan Mitchell going to the Knicks. I think that's who it was. Anyway. Oh, no, it is Pacers. My bad. It's Pacers. It's Ayton going to the Pacers. And a bunch of players going to... Oh.
The Pacers? Oh, because everybody wants to go there, so that's why. You said a bunch of players. I thought it was,
No, it was like Mikal Bridges, Donovan Mitchell, and one other player going to Brooklyn. And then Utah taking back Ben Simmons and like 5 first-round picks. And a bunch of pick swaps. Anyway, it was one of those hypotheticals that that someone threw out there. And in that deal, if like the Kings could easily slide in and be like, hey, I'm in on that. Yeah, it was Miles Turner, Mikal Bridges, and Donovan Mitchell all going to Brooklyn. KD going to the Suns. Ayton going to the Pacers. And Ben Simmons and one other player going to Utah with like so many first-round picks. It was crazy. Yeah.
Bobby's had him a little weekend. He's got Steph as the second greatest of all time. He's got Ben Simmons going to the Jazz.
He broke it down.
Is he having a Brian Windhorst weekend?
Oh, he's having a better stretch than I did, where I thought Brendan Fraser was 6'8" and she signed 12 days after the agency.
That's funny. Brendan Fraser. What was he in recently? He's a big boy now. Yeah.
Brendan Fraser recently? I don't know.
Yeah,
wasn't he in something recently? I feel like I haven't seen him in a while.
He was a bit part in something, but it was a bigger production. It was pretty big.
I thought he was on Broadway for some reason. I thought he was doing something on Broadway.
He's like very large now.
Oh no.
Oh
man.
Yeah, what was he just in? Filmography: The Whaleback Girl, Doom Patrol.
Doom Patrol. Squad's mentioned Doom Patrol.
Maybe that's what it was. It seems like I'm not sure that I watched Doom Patrol. One of the few things that I haven't watched.
Doom is the one movie starring Dwayne Johnson I have not watched. I even watched Southland Tales, and I didn't watch Doom.
What movie?
Doom.
No,
Doom. It's based off of the video game, right?
It's like a random. It's an absolutely like random, straight to Showtime, HBO, something movie that The Rock did early, like kind of in that era of Doom and Tooth Fairy and Empire State and stuff like that. Yeah, it's no good. It's no good.
It's not great, Bob.
Things that make you go.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll shut it down. Don't want, and we'll leave everyone with these wise words. Don't watch Doom. Y'all hit the thumbs up before you go, and see if we can get to 300 likes before y'all get out of here. If you're not a subscriber yet, please become one. Appreciate y'all staying strong through this off season, man. We're gonna get through this next month or so, next month and a half, lead into some, training camp on the NFL side, and then right into training camp for the Sacramento Kings, man. So we're just getting through the days together, man, trying to make it fun. Appreciate y'all, and we will see you tomorrow at noon.